Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, August the 3rd. Whoa, Friday the 13th. Friday, August the 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of sound checks. Okay, you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. All right, guys. Well, we've got some interesting, again, here's the theme, HNST. I'm just noticing this one again, HNST, E-play, or earnings play. Another one that is it's all-time low. We saw a ton of those yesterday, earnings plays that were smaller ones that were all-time lows. And the theme continues. Wish is another one, W-I-S-H. W-I-S-H is another one. All-time low. Earnings play just getting slammed down here, 26%. On the upside, my goodness, SPRT. SPRT is an earnings play, and look what it has done. So it tore through that like nothing. The high there was, I think, 932. Tore through that like nothing. No shorts now available for me at Interactive Brokers. There were a few before, but they've been snapped up. How do you edit it? You mean get rid of it? So if I have a horizontal line on the chart, I can move it up and down if that's what you're wanting to do, or I left click. First of all, move it up, move my mouse pointer up till the icon changes. Left click your mouse and click delete, and that'll get rid of it. I got to keep going, guys. CRCT. CRCT, another earnings play. I don't know if this is an all-time low, not quite an all-time low. Another earnings play, gapping down. Actually, it's starting to pop up a little bit here. SCSN. Now, I kept this one overnight in the simulator. Got rid of it this morning, but SCSN still looking pretty strong. FULC had a nice move again this morning. I think it took out, not quite, it didn't quite take out the highs right there. 2501, what did it get up to? Wow, almost. So the high of 2 days ago was 2501, I guess. Sorry, 2525, and what did it get to this morning? It got to 2501. I don't know what you mean, type in an exact price. If you're talking about a price alert, Elijah? You know what? Maybe you can ask me the question more around 10 o'clock. I'm a little bit busy in the pre-market, so it's hard for me to really answer you right now, okay? If you don't mind. I'm not sure. I don't know what you mean. TTCF, the Tattooed Chef. TTCF. Another one gapping down on earnings. Look at this. I mean, this was one of the original SPACs, guys. I remember this one. I can't remember what the SPAC was, and then it turned into a Tattooed Chef. A lot of enthusiasm about this one for several months before it finally became the Tattooed Chef, and, you know, a bunch of do about nothing. Romeo, RMO. So just remind me, Elijah, okay? If I forget, just remind me. RMO, now it's not an earnings play. They have earnings next week. And what's the deal about them? Some kind of an agreement, an LG agreement. But another one, I mean, look at this. This is here's another one on the way down. SOFI, another earnings play, SOFI. Maybe coming into some support around 15. Maybe. Wriggle. RIGL. Another one gapping down. FDA denied them early use acceptance for COVID. a minute, please. All right, where am I now? Disney. Disney had a big earnings release after hours yesterday, and big pop-up. Look at this, big pop-up after hours for Disney, up 4.5%. It's a big move for 1.8 billion in the float. No, real does not work for trade ideas. No, he just. I don't know, Todd. I don't know what you mean for PTG subscribers. You're talking about the other trading room, what I call the main trading room. This is the link for it, if that's what you're talking about. Otherwise, I don't quite know what you're talking about. No, he's just a very helpful guy. And he does help me out in terms of moderating the room sometimes when I'm not. Take a little break. ASTR, another earnings play, guys. ASTR, another earnings play. Gapping down. Vero, Canadian company, VERO, is gapping up on earnings. But terribly erratic. I mean, it got up to 3, pulled all the way back down. This is shortable for me, okay. Fubo, as William was saying, they have, I think they've said they're going to sell up to $500 million. Something to that effect, entered into a sales agreement under which the company may sell shares of its common stock up to $500 million. That's a pretty broad range, 0 to 500 million. And what else do we have here? I think PPC is a buyout. Not auto trading, nope. We just don't, there's nothing more I can elaborate on. We just don't think auto trading the AI is the way to go. Man and machine. The machine will let you know when the alerts happen, and then it's up to you to manage them. I mean, I can't make it any more simpler than that, or more simple than that. It's not what you want to hear, not what anybody wants to hear. What people want to hear is that you can just auto trade the AI, turn it on in the morning, count your money. And I'm not trying to be flip, but I mean, that's what I know people want. It just will not work that way. So when you say, is there a way you can make it work? Yeah, managing the exits on your own. You know what? Try it. If you put it in the simulator and auto trade it all day long. For a few days. Don't just use one day as a barometer. You can turn all the strategies on in the simulator and see how it works. All right, guys, what time is it? It is now 9:14, so I'm just going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Huh. Hardly any upgrades. Wow, look at, oh my goodness. Look, there are a ton of downgrades for Wish. Let me just get the upgrades in here. All right, as I say, very few upgrades. There are the upgrades this morning. This is from briefing.com. And now the downgrade. So I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 downgrades. Oppenheimer, Cowen, JP Morgan, Bank of America, William Blair, all downgrading Wish. Smile Direct again getting downgraded. CRTC earnings play getting downgraded by Goldman. And a couple of downgrades, and Morgan Stanley also downgrading CRTC. A couple of downgrades for Root. So the list looked long, but there's just multiple downgrades. So here's the deal with Wish. I mean, it's down 26%. 916, the market hasn't opened yet. So the uptick rule is not in effect right now. I'm not saying to take it. I'm just saying that, you know, the uptick rule is not in effect right now. So if you were going to short this one, you know, now would be the time. Otherwise, when the market opens, you'll be subject to the uptick rule, and who knows what sort of a fill you'll get. But again, this is not a I'm not telling you to short it, but I mean, I haven't seen multiple downgrades like that for a while. Just give me a moment here, guys. All right, let's take a look at the sectors before the market opens. We're at 9:18. Market's going to open in about 12 minutes. So let's take a look at the sectors, see what's happening. The market is going to have a positive open as we speak. Let's take a look at the individual sectors, though. See what's hot, what's not. All right, as usual, this is not 100%, but energy is still only a third of them are up for the day. What's the hot sector? So consumer staples, 87%, communication, 72%. Again, this will change, of course, when the market opens, but this is just giving you a quick snapshot of what's happening here. Healthcare, yeah, healthcare is 63%. So what these percentages refer to, so here's the ETF, the major ETF for healthcare. So 62% of the stocks are up from yesterday's close. Now, they don't all have to be hugely up, but they're up, as opposed to 37% of them are down. All right, we'll take a look at this maybe in half an hour into the market to see how the sectors have changed. And again, guys, if you're not on the latest beta, you know, you should do it, okay? Because then you can load layouts from the channel bar without having your layout being replaced. Okay, so you should get on the latest beta. I think there's even another one yesterday. I think it's now 5.5.24. So you can just go to my home page. Yeah, she's hungry. All right, so go to the home page, my home page. Click on my home page link. Scroll to the top. Well, you don't have to scroll. I guess you'll see it right there. Download software. And here's the beta. Okay, 5.5.24. You can download it. And that has the docking capabilities. The big deal is, you know, if you've been somebody in the past who'd like to have looked at our channels, but you know, you don't want to look at them all day long because that replaces your layout. Well, that's in the past if you download the beta. Yes. Talking about the search, so if I start typing in Macy's, well, don't tell me that's it was in 2.3. That's funny. Not funny, but all right, better tell them, bug. All right, give me one moment, please. What time is it? 9:22. Give me one moment, please. Yeah, it doesn't appear to be working. I know it works on 0.23, but it doesn't appear to be working. The name search in the single stock window. So, and let me. All right, guys, HNST on the way down. Another earnings play, just getting slapped here. Another all-time low, HNST. I got another one. I'm not saying to take it. I'm just saying it's down 16% right now. DYAI, that was a high flyer before, and when it is, I'm hearing it moving down here. August 12th post-market, so this is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours right there, and is continuing to gap down. All right, guys, I'm going to have to do something. What time is it? 9:25. I want to just do something here. I want to save my layout. I'm going to exit. Just give me a moment here, guys. I want to make sure that search, it may not be available to you guys, for you guys, but I thought I was on a development version. But maybe I wasn't. 5.24. Just give me a moment as this installs. Give me a moment here, guys. I just want to see this load. Okay, so it's only in the development version. Okay. I thought that they would have had it by, I thought that your version, but I'm on a development version here. Actually, I wasn't. I was on your version, and that's why it wasn't loading. But so I guess it's not ready yet. All right, HNST, guys, is just, so it is not available it's not available yet, okay? This is only in the development version, so it's not available yet, searching. The gradient version doesn't work for stock. It doesn't? So I've duplicated these. Yeah, I'll have to really take a look at all this later on, okay? All right, guys, market's going to open in less than a minute. Let's have a great end to this trading week. Again, the theme, again, is these little ones releasing earnings and making all-time lows. All right, we are almost open. Another 10 seconds. Watching that wish, guys, see if it got all those downgrades. All right, we're now open. All right, guys, I've got some. I think I've got some Bluetooth issues going here. Okay, now we're okay. Okay, all right, we're open. Let's see the wish. Wow, HNST. Look at that crash, guys. So remember, not telling anybody to take these, but I'm not telling anybody to take any of these. I'm just pointing out the fact that the uptick rule could nail you when the market opens, trying to get something that's 21% down. And the same with the wish. Wow, look at this HNST. Oh, man. So the uptick rule is this. If a stock is down 10%, at least 10%, normally when you want to short something, all you have to do is go in on the bid, as long as your broker has shorts available, and you'll get a fill. But if a stock is down 10% or more, there has to be some more action. You might want to go in at the bid, but there has to be some action at the ask, and then back to the bid. The problem is you may be in a big queue of others wanting to do the same thing. So sometimes it's just hard to get a fill. You know, you'll watch it tick down, and you lower your bid. You keep lowering it as it ticks down on you. In the pre-market, the uptick rule is non-existent, if that makes sense. Wow, I mean, guys, this just how awesome was that? I mean, if you know, maybe in my voice you heard, I mean, the uptick rule in effect for the HNST. And also with the wish, with all those downgrades. Yeah, I think there's only so much they can do. I mean, it might. I think the key will be for it to take out 7 again. If it doesn't, then, you know, you might be right. They might get a hold of it, but there are a lot of downgrades on that. Well, I can't be. Oh, Julio, I'm glad you're in there. Okay, it's you, Julio. I thought you were. I thought Julio, you were asking me. So Julio is the developer, guys, just in case you don't know. So in tech support, James, you mentioned that the gradient feature doesn't work for when you duplicate a chart. Maybe when you dock a chart, but yeah, I don't quite know what you meant. So I've docked my charts. I don't know, I've docked all my charts and I'm looking here. Properties, let's just take a look just for fun here. Well, you know what? Maybe Julio can help. I just don't have time right now. Another one on the way down, guys. Sophie, SOFI. I think 15 was sort of a support, could have been a support area right around here. So that could be a support area for it. All right, guys, I'm just kind of waiting on, again, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That's by design. Typically, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes, other than maybe some pre-market trading, of course, but look at SESN, guys, SESN. So I guess there is some, they're waiting on some kind of a study. There's some kind of, I guess, report that's supposed to come out maybe next week for SESN, and that's what people are hoping. Yeah, look at Codex, guys. I actually didn't mention Codex. This had a big gap up after hours, released earnings after hours, CODX, released earnings after hours, and kind of holding. I mean, it got up to what, 11 something. So it's dropped $1 off the after hours highs. And that I'm not talking Kodak, I'm talking CODX. Yes, Zach, CODX. Give me a moment, please. All right, was that their last gasp? And they're talking about Wish. Good grief, guys. I don't know what to say. HNST. Here's the theme. Again, we had this all day yesterday. Probably had 6 or 7, even 10. I can't remember anymore. Some of these smaller companies releasing earnings and making all-time lows. I mean, there's your position in lifetime range. Why does it say minus 22? It refers to the previous lifetime range, so or low. And there, I guess there it was. So what a disaster. wishes the same thing. I mean, there's just been the IPO season. Now, I'm not saying every single IPO, but so many of them look like this. You know, this HNST, the honest company. I remember when it came out, lots of hype. Got up to $24. I mean, more than cut in half. Oh, I didn't even notice. So this is actually an AI short too. HNST, AI short. Now, I don't know how easy it's going to be to get, you know, at the price. All right, LAC, lithium. So are the EV plays in play today? They're LAC, LAC, lithium. What is the high looking left on the monthly chart? It is 2020. So it's above that high. Is it really? No, 2418 is the high looking left on that monthly chart. On the weekly chart, 2065. So it's right there. Boy, I mean, it takes that out. I mean, there it is. There's that high. About $24. So, I mean, it's got room if it holds this area. Look at this weekly candle. Had a great week. Look at this. I think from the toolbar, upgrade. I think if you upgrade, yeah, so go to the toolbar and yeah, and go to upgrade. Okay? Greg V, it's happened to me from day one. Yeah, every now and then, you know, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about sometimes you hover over and you don't see the data, or the little box that pops up. Tools, options, upgrade. No, never mind, I found it. You guys are so impatient. Look at Fubo, guys. I mean, this, a lot of downward pressure. I mean, they're going to sell up, trying to raise up to $500 million. Now there's no price. Had earnings on the 10th. Looked pretty good. There was a reaction originally. But the last 2 days, well, yesterday, muted. Today, with that 500 million. It may be a meme stock. I'm not sure if it is a meme stock, but it is definitely an earnings play. So it has that going for it also. Look at this one gapping down on earnings, APRE. And guess what? Lifetime low. Wow, so many stocks making lifetime, these smaller ones making lifetime lows. Waiting for the first option scan or option alert in my scan. to take a look at SPRT a little bit more in terms of where the next layer is for resistance. And so 2 years, so it's a high of 2 years, of course. It's not a lifetime high. I don't know where that would be. Probably have to go back many years. You have to go back to 2013 or so. So who cares? As far as I'm concerned, you know, that high of almost 9 years ago, 8-9 years ago, who cares? So this is basically an all-time high. Unless you really care what happened 9 years ago is affecting the price today. All right, guys, this one, wow, here's a cross too, LTCH, we're talking, look at that cross, wow, LTCH, look at that cross right there in the 5-minute chart, ADMA crossing over the 20 SMA, probably would have seen it at about 1080, look at this, so it's an earnings play, trying to go positive. Trying to buck the trend here. I mean, it was probably an all-time low down here. Nothing in the option scanner yet. My guess is that HNST doesn't trade options. No. Yeah, it's traded 1,200 contracts so far, but it's not even normal based on what it's done in the last 10 days, so probably won't show up. Another earnings play, guys. Didn't see this one at all. Why? It had really no action in the pre-market. This is an earnings play, not very much volume. But look at this, up 21%. Not very much volume though. Very low float. I'm talking about IAS. Probably 20 could stall it. It's a terrible spread. 1954. Well, it's tightening up a bit. Don't understand the question? What type of stock returns option scanner in general? Don't understand the question exactly. Yeah. I don't have. Are you talking? Well, you're talking about crosshairs, Julio, but that's a pretty important feature. If you're talking about disabling the crosshairs, you're not talking about sync, though, are you? I mean, we shouldn't have to disable the crosshairs. Sync, okay, but not the crosshairs. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, it doesn't show. No, the filter values have not been met yet. You know, we don't have to do anything, Hill. You just have to load it from my website. my website, my homepage. You don't have to. Just go to my homepage. Click on my link. There's the tab, my homepage tab. Click on my link. Go to the scan section. And here it is. So you don't have to know how to do anything. You just have to load it. I don't get too many alerts in that. I don't want a lot of alerts in it. You know, it's a whole idea. RKT, guys, RKT, it is an AI alert. It's also an earnings play. Of course, this was a meme stock back here. Got up to $42, RKT. It was a meme. See what happens sometimes? What do we got to do now? We're going to put it. Basic new highs. There we go. No. So is IZE, does that make sense? Eyes, what I said? Why? I mean, it's just, the fact is that no stocks are meeting the filter requirements yet. You know what, guys? No, keep an eye on HNST. I mean, I fully believe that it's going to bounce at some point. And, you know, keep an eye on it, maybe thumbnail it, maybe on a 5-minute chart, and watch to see if we get that cross later on in the day. So what we're talking about is that 8 EMA, that orange line, crossing above the 20 SMA, that blue line, okay? You know, at some point. It may not happen, but we've seen many plays like that this week. The stocks that are like really thumped, eventually, you know, they find a bottom. All right, guys, I have to change headsets here. Something's going on with my Bluetooth with this headset, so give me a moment here. Give me a moment, guys. Another 30 seconds or so. All right, guys, it's going to take a little bit longer. I'll be right back, okay? do a Microsoft upgrade. I wonder if that is screwing up my Bluetooth today. All right, I'm back. All right, guys, I'm just keeping an eye on HNST. I'm trying to see where this bottom is going to be. Well, I shouldn't say obviously, but I've taken some off this short, but I'm just waiting to see where this bottom might be. I mean, obviously there's no support in terms of chart on the chart because it's an all-time low, so there's no chart support. But, at some point, I think people will probably step in and try to play a little bounce play. And I'm just waiting to see if we get across later on in the day. Well, I'd have to see. Red typically means it's down. Green will be up. Blue. I'd have to see it, Pete. I have no idea. I mean, I don't know what window you're looking at. Typically, the gradients, though. I mean, if you if you had a gradient and there was a red in the gradient, as an example, the darker red would mean it would be down further. A slightly a less dark red would mean not quite as down. Things like that. But I'd have to see it. I mean, I can't tell you off the top of my head. Well, the crosses, of course, are indicating, it depends where it is. You're right, though. But I mean, if it's within the Bollinger Bands, I mean, if this crossed down here, typically, I mean, an 8 EMA crossing above the 20, usually the Bollinger Band is going to be way above it. Usually, not necessarily. So I mean, if this ever crossed, I mean, yeah, to me it'd be a long play, and then if it's going to approach that upper Bollinger Band, that's when you might start thinking, okay, will it be over at that point? Boy, another one. Just Tattooed Chef just getting tattooed here. Wow. This is one I'm not in. I was looking to take this one also as a short. This is one I did not get in. HNST, what a... I hope some of you heard me when I was talking about the uptick rule in the pre-market and HNST. I hope some of you heard me. I cannot say take the trade, okay? Just kind of point out what I'm seeing. Mention the uptick rule. Somebody asked what it meant. Cost. So are you telling me that cost is, of course, this is the classic meme play. So they got a hold of it for some reason. Well, it's hard, Alex, really. I mean, Well, Zach, but you know what I'm saying. I mean, it's obviously easier to get it in the pre-market. You don't even have to even consider the uptick rule. Just have to, if you believe that it's trash, you may as well take it when you don't have to worry about this stupid uptick rule. That was my only point. Okay, let's take a look at some of the ones that are showing nothing, still nothing from my option scanner. Again, I'm not trading options. I'm just trading and waiting for stocks having unusually strong options volume, okay? That's what this is looking for. I'm just waiting for one to appear. I don't trade the options. If you are an option trader, I mean, it may help. I don't know. Yeah, we've seen several this week, like the HNST, several that just continue down, down, down. No, listen. I think at some point it may turn around and give us a little bit of a bounce play if we get the cross. Certainly, though, there is no reason to get out of this one yet. 10 is looming. I mean, that's a really big psychological number for it to get through. Give me a moment, please. Oops, I guess I should get rid of the B right back. So the AI took that, 1067. The AI took the HNST. I'm going to go over the AI in a bit, a little later. Now the AI does not work at all in the pre-market, okay? So that's one thing. I mean, it is designed that way. Yeah, Wish has had a nice rebound. I mean, I got out a little bit, not as much as I was hoping. I mean, I really looked at those 5 downgrades, but yeah, maybe the meme guys have got a hold of this a little bit. I don't see a cross really yet. Maybe right there, but you see, he had a cross down, and now there's a cross up. All right, my little 4-legged friend. If we could all have the enthusiasm of Chloe. Now I've got to put an alert for HNST down at 10 just in case. I mean, maybe you're just maybe 10, 12, 10, 14. Just to see if 10 can hold it. Well, Real might have a fib for the HNST, but I mean, there's no support because it's a lifetime low, so there's no chart support. Now there might be a fib support somewhere, but man, I don't know. I mean, I've got text to voice. I've got text to voice on that, so she just keeps saying HNST over and over and over again. So guys, this is interesting. I mean, the SESN, this is one that took in the simulator yesterday, held it overnight, got out of it in the pre-market. Obviously not a great exit because it's 55 cents above, but this is, this can be a good gauge to tell you how good are your exits. I'm going to go over this in about 20 minutes or so. Ah man, I want to show you this, guys, right now, okay? This is a great example of the re-entry in action, okay? Look at LAC. Holly shorted this one right at 935. The entry was 1955, got stopped out, 2073. Was looking to, maybe thinking this was, up too fast or whatever the reason. But look what happened. So there was the alert. It popped all the way up, got stopped out. It just really right to the penny, it got stopped out. There's a re-entry though, okay, price. And that was 2014. Look at it now. So if you have the AI, you don't have the re-entry time and price column up, you should add them. It's just a matter of right-clicking on a column header, clicking on columns, and it's in alphabetical order, and just add them. So why is this a re-entry? Not highly scientific at all, but there's the entry price, 1955. There was the stop. Halfway between is 2014. So you get at 9:45. So 3 minutes after it exited, you had another opportunity to short it. So you look at it. I mean, if you took that short right off the bat, okay, you got stopped out, but you had another opportunity to re-short it at a better price. Now, typically, I don't like the early alerts anyway. And there's a Cessant. Oh man! So I know they're supposed to have some kind of. Here we go. This is what I was trying to say. Trading higher ahead of the companies. I don't know if we have it in our news. Let's see. Don't think so. Okay. So ahead of the company's expected FDA decision on its license application with a target date of August the 18th. So this is next week. So this is, rumor. That, obviously people buying it now are expecting a favorable decision. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. When is August 18th? It's Wednesday. Exactly. You've got to trade your own way. That's why I'm saying. Somebody asked in our tech support area, and I heard me saying yesterday that, we advise against auto trading the AI. Yeah, well, that's a classic example, but, the machine being Holly, giving you the alerts, but you as the person should manage the exits, manage the trades. I love to be able to say, no problem, just auto trade the AI, turn all the strategies on in the morning and count your money in the afternoon, but it just doesn't work that way. Wow, SESN is just having a day, 18%. Well, in fact, we just have a couple in the option scanner. Now, SESN is approaching that whole number. You know I don't love that. But Rekr, R-E-K-R, so we had an alert at $7. It's pulled back. What sort of room does it have? See, this is the problem. If you look left on the yesterday, you'll see quite a bit of resistance, maybe around 710. So the high of yesterday was 719. So, you know, if it can take that out, then you've got a high of 761 2 days before. Yeah, I mean, talk about using Holly as a watch list, all day long. All right, well, there's the first kind of bounce for HNST, guys. Now, let's see if this holds. This is only on the 2 minute. There's a little one right there. Nothing on the 15 yet in terms of a green candle. That's the reason. Just give me a moment, please. Well, it was a very, very, very minor bounce. Very minor. I'm still holding out to see if it can take out 10. Real was mentioning TIRX. I don't know if that one ever showed up at any one of my scans. Probably did. I don't. Oh, right here. So this is not an earnings play. For whatever reason, let's see. Partners with Beijing Technology to develop intelligent sales and customer service systems. Okay, so a little bit of news for TIRX. Well, guys, moment of truth. HNST, moment of truth. Takes out 10. I mean, look out below. I mean, it's already a lookout below, but takes out 10. IG. Let's see, CRCT. I know, is it going to move down now? There weren't shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. There were pre-market, and then they dried up. So I don't know if you're looking to short this or you're... Okay, well, there was a cross... Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I'm just got to concentrate on this. I mean, this is so fabulous. If you can take out 10, why not? Put a price alert at 9.90. Yeah, I see ABCL is showing up on one of my scans. ABCL, wow, did you talk about a trend? Let's talk about a trend. Earnings play, ABCL is an earnings play. Didn't see it in the pre-market. Why? Look at the action, 0. No action in the pre-market. It took for the market to open. I wonder if it's because it's a Canadian company, it's listed on a Canadian exchange too. Maybe that might be it, I don't know. I take it very seriously, Aja. Come out. Come over here. What are you doing in YouTube? Okay, another Canadian company, VERU earnings play. Let's see what it's doing. Yeah, I mean, wow, it has had a nice move, a very, very nice move. Another earnings play. Oh, I see. Okay, Aja, that makes sense. All right, guys, again, I'm just concentrating on the HNST, see if it really takes out 10, or is this going to hold it? All right, CRCT, let's take a look. Did it pop? Not yet. It looks like it's actually trying to come down again. Well, William, I hope it gets there for you because a plane. All right, somebody traveling. Trader, how's Calgary treating you? Yeah, so it's got some room. I mean, it actually has a little bit of room on a percentage rate. Well, I don't know. I mean, you look left, 234. There's the 200-day at 240. I don't know how much more room it's got. It's a low float, 11.8 million in the float. Don't know why it's going to present data from, okay, so it's going to present some data. So again, people thinking like maybe the data will be good. ABCL continues. Man, what a trend. Look at this on the 15s, on the 5s, on the 2. Oh, here's another one. Didn't really see this in the pre-market. Maybe the volume was just putrid or something. But ear, look at ear go. What do you do? Okay, hearing aids. I guess that makes sense. Okay, take a look at ear, an earnings play, and guess what? Lifetime low. Huh. Unbelievable. All these. This is another IPO, I guess. Here for ear. I wouldn't call this necessarily a disaster because it did at one point get up to 76, but you know, look at it now. I mean, it's a disaster from here. Basically, chopped 3/4. And this one is still a disaster. GOCO, earnings on the 11th. Reaction continues down. Guess what? All-time low. So if you don't want to short, guys, you're missing out probably, I don't want to say half the market, but a big part of the market. Now, if you're unsure about shorting, just use our simulator. And you see how it works. Speaking of which, it is now 10:22. So, if you are new to this room today, welcome. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Share my screen live on the mic. So, we're towards the end of the first week of the test drive. I'm going to put the test drive link in because you can still sign up for it. This is the last day you can sign up for it. I'm just going to put the test drive link in. I'll explain what the test drive is. So if you click on the link, the test drive link, so I don't want to mislead anybody. You will not get 2 weeks, okay? If you sign up right now, you'll get the balance of today and then next week, 5 trading days, okay? So if you think that's worth $11.11 to try out our full premium service, then go for it. If not, I understand. But the test drive is over on the 20th. Today is the last day that you can actually sign up for it, okay? If you do sign up, and you know, those of you who are in the test drive, if you haven't heard me say this, when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe for it. Please don't ask the question to our support people. All right? When it's over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. We don't put you into a subscription. There will be a nice promo code if you do want to take out a subscription, but we do not automatically put you into a subscription. So there's nothing for you to do when the test drive is over. If you don't want to take out a subscription, that's fine. Now, one of the things I would recommend, though, if you're in this test drive, anything you do, save your work to the cloud. If you've created a layout, if you downloaded my layout, or if you downloaded some of my scans, or created some scans of your own, make sure you save everything to the cloud. Why? If at some point in the future, it could be a day after the test drive is over, a month after, a year after, 5 years after. If you decide to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, if you've saved everything to the cloud, as long as you use the same email address to sign up, everything you've done will be there for you, okay? So it doesn't matter when you take out a subscription, as long as you use the same email address that you've used for the test drive, all your work will be there, as long as you save it to the cloud. Okay, guys, at 10 is trying to hold for the HNST, really trying to hold. Obviously, I'm watching it. Yeah, the trading room is like this every day, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. It's got nothing to do with the test drive. It's not because of the test drive. I should say it like that. Jay, I can't, but I mean, not being a financial advisor, I cannot help you with that. I mean, the only trading plan we talk about, though, is having money management skills. So, guys, the HNST, I've taken some off now because that 10 looks like it's going to hold for a while anyway. And are we getting across? We're not getting across yet. Well, look at that on the 2-minute though. And we're talking about this 8 EMA crossing above the 20 SMA. It's it hasn't crossed yet. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know about a target. I mean, I look here in the 2-minute chart. It looks like there could be some resistance around 1050 or so. So, I mean, it doesn't have. I wish that weren't there. If I haven't taken this long yet. I'm not saying I'm going to. I'd rather see a 5-minute cross, to be honest, a little more confirmation. And it may be too late at that point, but. All right, guys, so again, welcome to the room. What is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is or where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. This is an example of a scan, basic new highs and lows. Before I start, sorry, I've jumped the gun. Now my homepage tab is available right there all day long. And if you click on it, there's my link. That's what I really meant to say. There's the link to my homepage. That's available all day long from my homepage tab. Okay. Now I did put my link in here. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. So at the top here, if you do want to take out a subscription right now, you can click on this Get Trade Ideas. There's a promo code you can use for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Excuse me. This is how much Trade Ideas costs. So we have 4 plans. Annual, monthly, premium, standard. Premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. And the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. Between premium and standard. That's the usual reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. There are some other differences, but that's the main difference, okay? Now, you don't have to have a monthly plan. In fact, I should always mention this. Never start off with an annual plan, okay? Make sure you want the program. So you can always start off with a monthly plan. You can always upgrade later on if you want. But here's what our monthly plan, what it would cost. $118, $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. Okay, so if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. And as I say, I would never start off with an annual plan unless you really know you want the program, okay? Because you can always upgrade down the road. More information from my homepage. You can get the Trade of the Week. So first of all, Trade of the Week is free. Stock of the Day video is free. All the education links are free, okay? So, Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video around noon Eastern Time every day. My scans. Obviously, you have to be a subscriber if you want my scans. Here's the layout. Here, now when I say here is a layout, it's not going to be exactly like the layout you see. A reasonable facsimile though, okay? But I also have individual scans that I've created. You might have your own layout. You don't necessarily want mine, but you may want to take a look at some of my individual scans. So they're all here. Education, big component, okay, from my homepage. The 20 lessons, no excuse not to take a look at them. Very quick. It'll introduce you to some of the basic features that we have. What is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, creating them. Okay. Introduction to the AI, which we nickname Holly. Okay, so a lot of information here, very quick to go through. Daily support sessions. So in YouTube, I also moderate a YouTube room. It's basically the same as the main trading room. They hear me, see my screen, just not quite as many traders in there. But at noon, I do take a break, and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room from 12 to 1. Today it'll be Chris Varley. So before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want to. Daily webinars will be back to a normal schedule after the 20th, okay? This week and next week, because of the test drive, there are no webinars, but we'll be back to a normal schedule after the 20th. 20th, of course, is next Friday. They are from Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, all free. Again, more educational videos. Click on watch videos, and the first one is getting started with trade ideas. So we're literally starting from scratch, and more videos for you to take a look at. If you are new to trading, if you've never traded before, or you're really, really new, great little video series put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. Starts off with what is a stock, okay? So if you're new to trading, highly recommend this. And we've created some ebooks. Okay, so there is a lot of information on my homepage. That's why I always say save my link, and you can take a look at, especially, these two sections with, the education section and my scans. There's a lot in there. So save my link. You can take a look at all of that whenever you want to. Yes, BJM, you can. Apply a discount code, yes. Okay, now, as I said before, we're a scanner. That's what we do. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. So this is an example of a scan. Basic new highs and lows. So if I right click and configure, yeah, that's something, Chris, you really have to talk to your accountant, okay? That sort of advice here, I mean, I really think you've got to talk to an accountant. I mean, you might get some responses, but I mean, really, you should talk to your accountant. If you don't have one, you might look at getting one. So here is an example of a scan. Again, basic new highs and lows. This is what I'm looking for. Now I've actually upped the current volume. I was getting too many alerts, so I've upped it. You don't have to, but I've also upped it's got to be up 5% instead of 4%. I think the current volume I had before was 4. You don't have to. But I'm upping it. I just don't want to get quite as many alerts. But anyway, this is what I'm looking for. The basic scan. Looking for stocks between $1 and $20. I'm looking for a current volume of 6, which means it has to be trading at least 6 times normal of what it would do up to this point of the day. Okay? So I want stocks that are moving. 400,000 shares minimum, up or down 5% from the open. So that's how you always start out when you have a scan. Okay? You always start off with the filters. If I didn't have these filters and I was just looking for stocks making new highs or new lows for the day, I'd be inundated. So that's why you always start off with filters. So if these filters, the criteria are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. Okay? No, there isn't, PJM. I can answer that very quickly. No, it's available on the web also. All right, now the good thing about Trade Ideas is you do not have to know a programming language or learn a programming language. What we've done is we feel we've created enough. If I right click on an alert window, I'll start again. If I right click on an alert window, click on configure, and then click on search, we feel we've created enough alerts and filters. These are all the filters when you see these icons, to satisfy the majority of our customers. Satisfying meaning that you can combine them to give you the type of scan you're looking for, okay? So you don't have to learn a programming language. Now, again, one of the questions that we had is, okay, but I'm new to all this. I don't even want to know how to build a scan. That's fine. You don't want to know how to build a scan, maybe down the road, you take trade ideas and you want to start developing your own scans. But that's why I'm sharing all of my scans. I'm sharing my layout, okay? So you don't have to know how to build anything at the beginning, or never. I mean, if you find what I've got suffices, great. We also have in our toolbar, if you click on new and then dock channels, we have layouts here also. These are all themed channels that we have. So for instance, if I click on the momentum channel, and guys, by the way, notice, I really recommend that you download the latest beta from our website, because notice what you can do now. If you use the option new dock channel bar, notice my layout remains. You can see it in behind here. Okay, past versions of Trade Ideas, when you would go to a channel, your layout would be replaced. So it was really an inhibiting factor for people using our channels all day long. Okay, so these are all themed channels. And if you liked one of them, you look at this Momo alert that we've created. Again, you can always right click and see what it's looking for. Click on that summary. And if you don't want to change it, fine, but you might say, I don't like that price range. So again, you just click on the icon, make a change. You want it to be between 10 and 50, fine. Click on that summary, you see how it's changed. But if you didn't want to change it, that's fine. Now, a point about changing something in the channel. Okay, so you've already demonstrated that it has been changed, right? To 10 and 50 from 1 and 50. However, if I go to another channel and I come back, that change that you made will not be saved. The reason being is that the channels are for everybody. The fact that you want to make a change doesn't mean that everybody wants the same change. So typically this is how people use, the channel bar. I mean, you don't have to make any changes at all, but you can start creating your own layout by taking windows, scans that you see in the various channels, ones that might be of interest to you, and then you can save to the cloud. In this particular case, duplicate into a free-floating window. And you'll notice that it showed up on my other monitor. Here it is, and now you can save it to the cloud. Right-click, save to the cloud. I'm not going to do it because I've already done it. I'm going to show you what you can do later though. So let's just say you go through the various channels and you start extracting windows like this. Now remember, you didn't have to know how this was made, but you like the idea of it. And you can start extracting various scans from all of our from all of our channels. And once you've done that, you can then file a load from cloud. And you can start, where's Momo? I just have to find it. I know it's up here somewhere. There it is. And then you just highlight it, load it. Showed up on my other monitor, and here it is. So the principle being that you go through the individual channels, you can extract windows that you might like, and create a layout out of all the scans that you have taken out of the channels. So you didn't have to know how to do anything. You had to know how to load it into the cloud. But if you take a look at the 20 lessons, it shows you how you load things from the cloud. Okay, and that's how you can create your own layout. So you might have a layout already, and then you might want to add some, or maybe you're just starting from scratch. All you've got is a toolbar, and you go to the channels, and you start extracting windows, and then you start loading them, and you can create a layout. And once you've got your layout, you give it a name. File. You can save your layout. If you use save layout, then you're saving it to your computer. I always recommend those save or share to cloud. And you click on entire, give it a name, and save it. Okay, and now you've created your first layout without really having to know how these were created in the first place. So, I mean, this is for people who really, really don't want to have to create their own layouts or their own scans. But you got to do some work. I mean, you've got to, you got to learn how to do things from the cloud, how to save things into the cloud. We can't do absolutely everything for you. All right, guys, HNST. Maybe that's over. I do have some. Just in case, I've got rid of most of it. But I've got some left just in case it does take out that 10. All right. So again, I recommend that you download the beta so you'll have access to this new dock channel bar, okay? I really recommend you download the beta. Okay, next, we'll talk a little bit about our AI. If you're part of the test drive or you're new to Trade Ideas, this is what I would do. This is my recommendation, to take a look at the AI by doing this. AI/Holly. If you click on New from our toolbar, click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And this is the window that you'll see, not these two. This is, docked into, but don't worry about this. This is the window that you'd see, okay? And you just wait for the alerts to happen. Nothing will happen until at least 9:35. There was one early right here at 9:35. If you can also save this window then as part of your layout. So Monday, when you load Trade Ideas before the market opens, this window will be blank. You just wait for the alerts to happen. You'll have an entry, you have a stop. How you trade them will be up to you. There is no video that's going to say, okay, here's how you trade. You have an entry and you have a stop. I would say always obey your stop, but I would be managing the exits on my own. You don't have to wait for a stop. You can get out before if you wanted to, but all I'm saying is that, AI's having a great day. Look at this. Now, this got stopped out. LAC got stopped out. As I mentioned before, you had an opportunity to get back into the short if you wanted to. So that is what the AI is. Now, next is this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. So Brokerage Plus, and please listen carefully. So the link that I put in here has a couple of videos. One video shows you how you can connect to your Interactive Brokers account, okay? Because you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. You connect to your IB account, and that video explains how. The second video is a lot longer. It's about 26 minutes long, and it goes into a lot of the more advanced features of using this window called Brokerage Plus, which also pertains to using it in the simulator, okay? So I don't go over anything, and you got to watch that video. It really covers it in a lot of detail. But what I do want to talk about now, also I just want to make sure everybody understands, if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas, okay? It just means you can't use this window that we call Brokerage Plus. It's a feature, not mandatory to use. But again, as I said before, you can use, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Now, I do want to talk about our simulator, paper trader. So if you're new to trading, highly, highly recommend that before you start trading real money, you practice trading. Okay, we've got a great simulator. It uses our real-time data. Doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. You want to just practice trading before you even have a broker. You can do it. I'm not saying you should do that. I'm just saying you can do that because it's using our real-time. Using our real-time data. Very simple to use. Just click on an alert. Obviously, click on Sim. And I think what will happen here is you'll see something about an account not connected or something. You just click on it and I think a little box will pop up. Just click on then trading simulated trading default, okay? That'll get you started. Now, as I say, you just click on an alert. Symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at. You're going to go long, you buy it. All right, so what I always like to demonstrate first taking something on a pullback, okay? Just to show you how you can do it. Let's say you wanted to take SESM, but you want to take it on a pullback. It's run up a bit, you want to see if it keeps pulling back, and maybe you take the trade. Let's take it pull back all the way down here. I'm not saying I would do this, I'm just showing you how you can do something, like the mechanics of it. So if I wanted to take 300 shares, if it pulled back to 541. Yeah, you have to turn them on every day. But you're talking about auto trading, right? Which we don't we don't feel you should. But listen, if you're bound and determined to see how auto trading would work, practice in the simulator first. Okay. Now I clicked on that buy button. And so a blue line appears on the chart. So if SESN pulls back to 540, it'll take the trade. Yeah, so before you auto trade, if you're, practice, you can show how it works in the simulator, okay? And yes, you would turn all the strategies on. You've got to do it every day. You turn them all on. Okay, enable. Now you can see how it would work. Okay? And you have to do it every day, yes. The reason why for those of you who are bound and determined to auto trade the AI, we say with your real money, you have to make that conscious decision every day. You don't want to have, because people have asked us this before, even with their own strategies, okay, that they create and they want to auto trade. You have to really be aware that you're doing this. I mean, you might say, yeah, I want to do it every day, but one day, you decide you're not trading, you forgot you've got it in auto trade mode, and you come back and your account is down. Okay, so that's why you have to make a conscious decision that you want to auto trade every single day. Yeah, so there's really no way to do that, Eugene, because the AI gets, and listen, we're revamping it. I know I keep saying that, but I think we're closer and closer. You notice that within the AI, there are 3 segments: Holly Grail, Holly Neal, and Holly 2.0. We're getting rid of that. We're revamping the strategies. Okay, so they get in theory optimized. Well, they're not in theory. They get optimized every day. So what worked yesterday may not work today, as an example. So there's no such thing as finding the best one and just working with that one, because the strategies can degrade from one week to the next. So there's no way to do that. Again, my recommendation is using it like a watch list, okay? I know people don't want to do that, but use it like a watch list. And there could be, when you get an alert, you should, in my opinion, you can click on it. You can kind of see how it's trading. Is there some near-term resistance? Is it the type of trade that does it make sense to me? Just because you get Holly's obviously not infallible. And if it makes sense, then you can take the trade. You know, if it doesn't make sense, pass. I see skin came, okay guys, well this could be interesting. Skin came from my option scanner, and it could be interesting. Why? It's a lifetime high. I don't think it's an earnings play. It's not an earnings play. So for whatever reason though, so this came, you know, you see it at 22.20. It got up to 20. You can see if it takes out that 22.26, and I might take that trade. I'm not telling you guys to do it, but you can see what, I mean, it came from the option scanner, so it's above the whole number. It obviously has no resistance because it's an all-time high, so there's no chart resistance. Now, does it mean just because there's no chart resistance it's going to keep going up? Of course not. You know, eventually people, you know, it's up 7.5%. Get people taking profit. It's not a low float, 85 million, so that's fine. So it might be a more relaxing trade if we get into it. So let's take the trade, okay? I'll take it in the simulator. I'm going to show you something. And now this is, you know, for creating a trading plan and all of that. Let's see, what's the spread like? Spread isn't terrible. So I just want to show you. I'm going to buy it right at the market, okay? It should probably come in around 22.15. There we go, 22.15, the bid ask. So the ask was at 22.15. So took the trade. I'm going to put a stop in at 21.95, and I will explain why. So here's, in my opinion, and Real's opinion, and many in the room, you know, when you get into trading, not every trade is going to work. So you have to have, in my opinion anyway, you should have a price where you're going to get out of the trade. Saying, okay, you know what, it just didn't work. Setup looked good, everything looked pretty good, you know, but it just didn't work. I mean, not every trade is going to work. So when you, and this is only going to come in, this is only going to come with practice, because you're hearing me talk about, well, you have to have a price where you're going to get out. Well, how do I know what that price is? Well, there's your practice. So what I do is I take a look at a chart, and again, in this particular case, it's not the worst. Wouldn't be the worst stop, but I look at a chart and I look to see if there's a lot of support at a certain price based on what I'm seeing on a chart. You know, is there a lot of consolidation in an area? So that if it broke down through that, I should probably be out of the trade, okay? So that's only going to come with practice. Some of you, you know, you can use maybe moving averages. If it broke down through a moving average, okay, maybe I should be out of the trade. That's where the practice is going to come in. I like to visualize on a chart where I think I see some support. If it broke down through that, I want to be out of the trade, okay? So again, that's only going to come with practice. The next step now, okay, if you start semi-mastering where you think you should be out of a trade, now that's going to share size you. Because if you have a $5,000 account, you should not be risking $1,000 a trade. So in this simulator, I'm risking $100 a trade. You notice it says minus $100. How did we get that? Well, the difference between my entry, 22.15, and my exit, 21.95, my stop, is 20 cents. So if I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. That's how I've share sized this. And I do this, you know, when I'm explaining to people, I do this to make the math super simple. It's not that, you know, you have a 20-cent stop every trade, so consequently you're taking 500 shares a trade. I just wanted to make the math simple. But if your stop is, you know, 23 cents or 18 cents, you'd be dividing that into $100 or whatever you're going to risk. So there's a little bit of math, you know, quick math that you do, sizing up the trade and figuring out how many shares you're going to take. But with practice, you know, I mean, if that had been $110, it's not the end of the world. If it had been $95, it's not the end of the world, okay? But I'm trying to keep it so that if I lose on the trade, I don't want to lose more than $100. Okay? Next step, obeying your stop. Very hard to do sometimes, especially when you're new. You look at this, you know, you get into a trade Maybe it's an earnings play, or you've heard good things about the company. People are talking about it in our trading room. It looks like it's a can't miss. Well, guess what? There's no such thing as a can't miss. So, obeying your stop is the next aspect of money management. If you will not obey your stop, if you start saying, well, you know what, maybe maybe that stop was too tight, so you start moving your stop down. Okay, so now if you allow it to go down to $21.75, now you're out $200. You still don't obey it. And so by the time you actually obey your stop, maybe you're down $500 before you throw up your hands and give up. Okay, so obeying your stop is really critical, in my opinion. Okay, that's how I trade. You'll never see me you won't see me take a big loss, because I know where my loss is going to be, and I'm prepared for that sort of a loss. And again, how much you're going to risk per trade will be account dependent. Yeah, old boy is right for the FULC. I mean, looks like it's trying to take out that high of 2 days ago, or has it already done it? 25.25. I mean, it's right there. 25.25 is the high of 2 days ago. Takes that out. Remember, they did a financing at $19. That financing has been completely and utterly shrugged off. And there it goes, guys. Over that high now. And a lifetime high. So FULC, what a month it's had. You know, we're 13 days into the month, not 13 trading days, but look from where it came, $7. There's a triple. So again, guys, practice, practice, practice. Now, the other thing I would do is I would have the today's profit, max profit, P&L, and the distance from the exit price. I would have these columns up. If you don't have them up, easy to do. Just right-click on one of the column headers and go to columns and add them. They're in alphabetical order. Why? This will give you a good gauge about how good are your exits. Okay? Because yeah, this is a little bit of a misnomer, because this is in the pre-market, okay? I kept this one, this is one SESN. I actually kept it from yesterday in the simulator. I traded it out in the pre-market. Where I traded it out though, it's 57 cents above. Now you wouldn't want that, would you? Okay? So, but let's just say in this skin here, let's just say I got up to a max P&L of $500. And then I allowed it to get down to 21. Obviously, that's not good, right? That would be terrible money management. So you want to keep an eye on your max P&L versus your today's profit where you get out. Now, you know, we're not saying you're going to be able to get out at the absolute top, but you don't want to let something that you're maybe up $500 turn into, you know, you're only up 100 or worse, a loss. So a good gauge, you know, to keep an eye once you're out of a trade to see how good were your exits. And then this distance from the exit price will also tell you. What you ideally want to see is a big negative number once you get out of the trade, because that means it's below where you got out, which is what you want to see. Yeah, okay. There we go. We had an idiot in YouTube. There we go. Bye-bye. All right, guys, so that is it. Now I can get back to taking a look at what's happening, especially from my option scanner. NAOV. Let's take a look at NAOV. Ija, I'll do that for you. Wonder if it's gone already. Now, how choppy is that though? Wow. We have a halt. Haven't seen. Oh, these are some SPACs. I mean, we had some IPOs, I guess. LMPX. I'm sorry, this is not an IPO. Looks like an IPO. Sorry, no, it was halted at 9:30 and it came back. This might be an IPO. Another one, not an IPO. Well, so CRCT, sorry, so that did not pop. I'm sure you know that, Zach. And again, not shortable now for me at Interactive Brokers. Another one that just terrible. Let's see what this LFST did. Yeah, I noticed it did appear on my option scanner. 1314. Wow, nice one, nice one. Missed this one completely while I was doing my talk. So look at this. I mean, LFST. The alert was at 1314, 1349 now, and it's got a ton of room. I'm not saying it's going to get all the way to yesterday's high, but that's what you like to see when you get an alert from any scanner really. But that's the first thing I look at. When I get something from my option scanner, I want to see, well, where could it go until it hits the next day's, the previous, or the next high of the day. And so, I mean, that's pretty awesome. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get to 16. That is one big rat. So I was talking, I missed the LFST. He had 1056. Oh, let's see if the skin moves. Man, the tattooed chef. Wow. Getting closer to an all-time low. TTCF. All right, guys, Reeker, I mean, it came early, but I didn't like it that much. REKR came in from the option scanner at $7. I mean, it may move. I mean, it's a fairly low float. It is an earnings play also. I'm sorry, it is not. It's an earnings play next week. So, but you look left, and there's the high, 719 yesterday. I mean, that may stall it, I mean, now if it can get through that, then the next high is 761. So that would be enough room on a percentage basis if it even got close to 760, 750. if it does take out that 719. But so that's why I'm not as interested in it right now, but I'm not telling you guys not to take it. I'm just saying that's what I see. Okay, and we're getting a lot of SPACs coming in, guys. Now I can see right now the GRNV just was halted, volatility halt, and it is just seen this one in the past. I think. No, this is a SPAC. Okay, another SPAC that just got halted. GRNV. Just waiting on the skin to see if it holds his 22. LGVN. I've got other scans now up and running. I may load it again at some point, but okay, guys. Yeah, somebody was mentioning Codex, and this is an earnings play. Had a great pop after hours. Got all the way up to 1168. Let's see if it takes that out. I mean, an LGVN, what is it doing? On the way down, earnings play on the way down. Again, lifetime low. It's through that 4 also. Well, HNST, I still have some left, but it looks like it's hanging tough over 10. Yeah, my discussion on it was that I didn't like it until it may take out this high of yesterday, okay, which is 719. I mean, it may stall right there. That's my issue with it. Now, if it takes that out, now I'm not saying a person can take it now. I mean, the alert was at 7, but if it does somehow take that out, 761 is the next high looking left, which is certainly plenty of room on a percentage basis. Wow, man, oh man, this is my big miss for my option scanner. Really big miss. I hope some of you took it. I mean, this is probably the best one. Why? Because look at all the room it had. And I'm talking about the LFST. What an alert, 1314, and it is at 14, got up to what, 1410, almost $1. Whew. And almost straight up. I mean, there was the alert right here. All right, guys, skin is trying to come back here. I'm definitely, let's see if it gets back up to that 2220, which is the alert. And it's another one. I mean, obviously it has no resistance because it's an all-time high. Skin. Do you know if we can add static to the single? I don't know what you mean by static, yeah, Ija. What do you mean by that? Static. Still don't know what you mean. DATS. Don't know what you mean. Data. Okay. What do you mean by, okay, but what do you mean by data? I mean, you have all the filters that you can add, but what do you mean by data? Okay, I'm going to say no because I still don't know what you mean. You want to rank yourself. I don't know what you mean by that yet. Okay, and note. No, you can't. Okay, now I understand. No, you cannot. No, I mean, no, I mean, the similar window, no, you cannot. I still don't know what you mean. How would you rank stocks? But no, the answer is no. Man, oh man. That LFST. I just didn't see it. I mean, I think I was in the middle of my spiel, unfortunately. So I missed it, which is really, that's terrible because that is the most awesome one, really. Yeah, so you can't do it, Aja. No, there's no notes in here. You can't add a note or anything. Whew. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some thumbnail charts. I'm still kind of waiting on the skin to see if it gets a little more active, gets back up to that 2220 alert. still getting a lot of alerts. Even though I've upped the filter values, I'm still getting a lot of alerts. I almost feel like I should up the filter, the relative volume to 10 or something. I don't think so, because he's wanting to add a note, like we had a note. So maybe if he has a note in the price alerts, it'll show up here if he clicks on. I mean, I don't think he means a rank list for all TI users. I don't think so. I may be wrong. At any rate, we don't have it. How does it work, doodle dum? Well, I mean, when you ask, okay, you get an alert, and you know how I do it. I click on the alert. I check to see if I think it's got some room to move. If it does, then I like it. If it doesn't, then I don't necessarily take the trade. Like the REKR as an example. I've been talking about that. I didn't love it because I look left and I see, from an alert at 7, and I see a high of yesterday at 7:19. That's not that far away. So just a moment, please. Okay, yeah, so Ajay, no, you can't do that. Sorry. So again, how you trade it will be up to you. I mean, we're called trade ideas for a reason. These are ideas, okay? And these are the ideas that I like to see. Doesn't mean I take every trade, okay? Because I'm always looking, because most of everything that I see is at a day's high, intraday high, or an intraday low. So I'm not having to worry about intraday resistance. So that's why I'm always looking left on a daily, monthly, and a weekly chart. And then I kind of size it up and think, this has got room. This is why I'm, ticked off at myself, because, unfortunately, I just didn't see the LFST alert that happened at 13:14. Look at all the room it had. I mean, it had a horrible day yesterday, gapped all the way down, but it didn't. The next high looking left is 16. I mean, I never say it's going to get there, but look at the room it has without any chart resistance. So, big miss on my part because I just didn't see it. So when you say how does it work? I'm not trading options. I'm trading the stock, but what it's doing is it's showing me stocks that are having abnormal option activity today. So when you look at LFST, it's trading 3,000 contracts. My minimum has to be 2,000. And then the option volume today is 1,200%. My minimum has to be 300%. So these are filters that have to be met. A couple of them that have to be met before I actually see the trade or see the alert. Now, I'm sharing all my scans. So if you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, then all you have to do is just go to my home page and go to the scan section. And that particular one is called, let's take a look. That particular one, when you go to my scan section, is called Moving Higher with Unusually Strong Options, okay? So that's the theory behind it, how it works. But I also use it like a watch list all day long. I'm still, I should say hoping, but Skin got alerted at 22.20. Hasn't really moved that much. I'm waiting to see if it gets back up to 22.20 and then starts to move. As an example, the FULC I know moved from the 24.30. Again, I was in the middle of my spiel. So from 24.30, it got up to 25.60. There was a great move. Now, do they all move like that? Of course not. But I only get I don't get too many alerts all day long because I've got some pretty tough filter requirements, and that's what I like. I don't get too many alerts all day long. Now here they are on the short side. I haven't really looked at them that much today, but you have the option also with abnormal options to take a look at the ones that are moving down for the day. Okay, eBay. Haven't seen eBay. I always ask the question, who the heck uses eBay still? And some people are going to say, I do. Yeah, but look at eBay. Wow, I mean, obviously people are still using eBay. Wow. Almost an all-time high. Amazing. I always say it. I know you're kidding me. And it had earnings on the 11th. Don't really recall what it did. Didn't see it. There we go. I knew somebody would say, I do. So somebody from the YouTube room. Well, I mean, obviously, I used to use eBay, but obviously, I'm in the minority. I mean, that's a great move, 65 to 71 in 4 days, with 655 million in the float. Well, first of all, it's out of the price range, okay? But even if it had been in the price range, even though it's traded 48,000 contracts a day, it's only, 1.6 times normal, only. So it would not have shown up in my option scanner, even if my price range, I think, is up to $30. And again, it's a good point because, just because I like to look at stocks like this, okay, 1 in $25. If you want to expand that range, go ahead. This is just what I like to see. Yeah, GRNV opened. Yes, it opened, and now it just got halted. Did it halt it? Whoa, got halted on the way up again. Wow. So how can this happen, right? 1.28 million in the float. Now, again, if you went to 10 different providers, you might get 10 different numbers, but whatever it is, it's going to be a low float. Okay? So that's the only reason, that's the only way something can go up, almost 100%, 89% right now. When you have a low float, that's the supply of stock. And the volume isn't even great. It's only 100, it's 14 times normal, but it's not like it's a lot of volume. This could sink like nothing unless that volume really picks up too. All right, guys, I'm just kind of waiting on a few things here in my thumbnail charts. I mean, HNST, I just have a little bit left. I think it's done. I really do. I mean, listen, it may later on take out 10, but DD, let's take a look at DD. You guys are talking about DD. This was an IPO back here. Yuck. So I see what, okay, so you guys played a bounce, obviously. Look at that cross up here for DD, 870. What did it get down to? Almost $1. So that, yeah, you're right. This is a SPAC. I forgot. That is a SPAC. Closing a business. Hellbiz. That's what, really? That's what it's called? All right. Well, guys, LGVN looks like it wants to keep moving down. It had a little pop up to that 4 level, but it looks like it wants to keep moving down. Again, there's nothing holding it. I mean, it's just another one of those disasters, lifetime lows. How many of those have we seen this week? Yeah, I mean, I know you can't hear me, Zach, but I'm going to check another site just to see what they've got, just for fun, for a float. Yeah, the same. So our float information looks to be pretty good for that GRNV. Crazy, crazy low float. I can't answer that, Peter. I mean, I'm just checking, the one that I did here, skin, it says it got in at 22.15, and I'm looking at the orders, and it said it got in at 22.15. I have no idea. I'll do another one though, just to check. So let's say I want to take the ASTR right now. I'll take 400 shares. What's the spread like? It's not terrible. I'm gonna buy it. ASTR. So took it at. Okay, so filled at 1170. So I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea, Peter. I mean, I'm showing here filled price in my orders 1170, and here Oh, I see. Yeah, it says, I don't know. I have no idea. Might be a rounding error. I really don't know why it would be different. That's a question that, you know what, at noon, Chris will be in. He uses Brokerage Plus a lot more than I do. Maybe ask him that question, okay? I just don't know. So if you can hang around for about 30 minutes, 28 minutes. Okay, so this is, the question was, what is the window to the left of my single stock window? You're talking about this one right here, called similar. So this is called a similar window, okay? Well, it's called similar. So in theory, this is what's supposed to happen, okay? When you click on an alert, and I'm going to, I know this one is better. So if I click on American Airlines as an example, okay? So what's supposed to happen in here, I should see stocks. Wait, are they all down like this? Wow. I should see stocks in the sector, similar sector, okay? Or stocks that are in the same sector. And so it's a comparison. Let me do AMC. I know it'll probably... So you see there's AMC, there's CNK, there's IMAX, there's MCS. I mean, look, they're not all theaters, okay? But they're in the similar sector. So that's what it's supposed to do. How you have it, and why I've got it here all the time, is that if you go to your details, similar, and then just duplicate the window, okay, and then you can put it. So that's what that is supposed to do, okay? Now, sometimes you're going to look and say, well, I don't understand why that one is grouped in, you know, in a particular, in a grouping. In other words, why is that in that sector? You know, so I think it still needs some fine tuning. My goodness, so this just opened again, and are you guys seeing what the bid ask is right now? It's not going to do that. Are you guys seeing it on the halt? 50-50. I mean that will not last, but it's halted at 1540. And so now it's 40-40. Again, this is Interactive Brokers, okay? This is nothing to do with trade ideas. But this is what it's showing, and you can sort of see where the bid and ask is stacking up when something is halted. But that's ridiculous. There's no way it's going to open like that. I don't think, anyway. And these halts are usually 5 minutes long. Though, this was actually halted. Yeah, so this was a long halt. Really? Was that long? Almost, it was about a 20-minute halt. Was it that long? And again, it is a scan I'm sharing. The halts resumes. Yeah, I mean that's what you do. You kind of look at it. But you know, I mean that was crazy. I mean 50-50 is crazy. But typically, you know, you'll see the halt. This is an Interactive Brokers, okay? Again, nothing to do with trade ideas. And you can see, and there's no guarantee that it's going to remain, of course. I mean, it said 50-50 before. By the time this opens, I mean, the last halt was almost 20 minutes, so I don't know when this is going to open. Yeah, I mean, at the beginning of the day, you wouldn't have known necessarily. Because, again, the volume wasn't great. I mean, the volume is still only 173,000. I don't think that showed up. Well, it did show here. Here's the warrant. So obviously it did show up. Well, at least the warrant showed up. Well, when I said 50-50, it was the bid ask when now it's 35 bid, 35. I mean, that's what I was referring to. It said 50-50 before 50 bid, 50 ask. That's what I was. All right, guys, skin coming back. Guys, keep an eye on that skin. That's all I'm going to say. Keep an eye on the skin. Somehow that sounds funny. Good one, William. That's a genuine LOL. That is a genuine LOL. LOL gets tossed around too much, but that is a genuine one. Guys, HNST, I mean, I don't believe it's going to take out 10, but I'll hold on to just a little bit just in case. All right, guys, I'm going to put the YouTube link in now. If you want to head over there, I'm going to be taking my break in about 20 minutes. So I'm going to put the YouTube link in there. If I can find it. Here we go. So again, in about 20 minutes, I'm going to take a break, and Chris Varley will take over in the YouTube room. He uses Brokerage Plus a lot more than I do, with his Interactive Brokers account. So if you've got questions like that, you can head over there, and he should be able to answer most of your questions. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure he's never heard that before. You got to stick a V in there. I just put it in. Okay, there it is. Don't go now because he's not there. But he'll let me know when he starts. He might start 5 minutes before noon. All right, I do have to change my headset. Just give me a moment here, please. Okay, that was quick. Now you see how this is changing now, 24, 24. So this is going to be obviously again longer than a 5-minute halt, maybe another 20-minute halt or so. The people that were in this at 15:40 or earlier, and they saw that, they were hoping for a very quick resume. But you see how it's starting to drift down to that price. But the longer it's halted, the more likely it's going to keep drifting down to that price. Okay, it opened. And what did it open at? Probably 18 or so? Yeah, so I mean, it's still, actually, it opened at around 19, pulled back a little bit, but it's still, look at this. I mean, this is going to get probably halted again. Again, if somebody's going to say, well, how do you play these? You don't. Okay. If you're lucky enough to get in early, I mean, it just got halted again. Especially if you're new. Guys, LGVN continues its way down here. And SESN just made a new high, guys. SESN just made a new high. So even from the, now again, I was a little reluctant because it was very close to that 6, but let's take a look left, and the next high looking left, well, it's right there. It is right there. Let me take a look at SESN. The high right there is 597, so it's right there. Okay, this is back on the what? Well, this is a monthly chart. Holy smokes! I mean, this is back in 2016. So, again, this is all a bunch of hype about what they're going to be saying. I shouldn't have said hype. Okay, it may come true. Okay, but expected FDA decision. There now. You can't know. We cannot know. But obviously people are betting or hoping that it's going to be a positive decision on the 18th. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. Meanwhile, I think RKT All right, so this is an earnings play, getting close to 20. Also, I don't know if it's a meme stock today. You know, if you remember this week when it got up to $42, it was definitely a meme stock. The Reddit crew got a hold of it, popped it right up, fell right back down. So I don't know if they've got a hold of it today. But it is an earnings play, so it may be just kind of trading on its own. Oh man, guys, I don't know what next week is going to be like, but you know, we've got so many earnings plays. And you know, this is not an earnings play today, but it's probably a result of August the 10th. Okay, so a result of earnings, continuation. And next week, you know, we had 800 companies releasing earnings this week. Next week, we're down to 140. So I doubt it's going to be so active. Which is not necessarily the worst thing, because sometimes, you know, you got 800 companies releasing earnings. You're tugged left and right with so many different choices. So maybe with, you know, fewer choices, you can concentrate on fewer alerts. All right, guys. So Wish, take a look at Wish from the AI. Okay, there it is. So got stopped out. Okay, 743 was the entry to short it. No, I mean that was a very tight stop. Okay, but now we have another opportunity if you wanted to at 748, and it, you know, it's moved a little bit. Notice on this one, the stop got hit, but it has not come halfway between the entry and the stop. That's why we don't see an entry yet. We may not. That's what has to happen. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just following a discussion within Trade Ideas. I keep hearing ear. Another earnings play, I believe. Ear. Another one, lifetime low. Just tanking, tanking, tanking. Lifetime low. Should be interesting to watch this one on Monday. See if it has just a continuation down. Yeah, James, so the way to do it, I never go to the channels, okay? Never. Just if you, hopefully you're using our application instead of the web. Just click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay, if you do that, this is the window that you'll see. Quite a few trades today. Okay, so from our toolbar, click on new and then AI/Holly's strategy trades window. Okay? Don't go. Now, you can't, I mean, first of all, I mean, you could go to, the doc channel. If you're using our beta, then you can go to the doc channel. But don't do that. Forget all that. This is the best way to do it. They're all combined. Just wait for the alerts to happen. And don't worry about the different segments. That's all going away. Well, it's gone only because I've stopped talking. This is not the radio, okay? Every now and then I do stop talking. Really? You guys don't have audio in YouTube? I haven't done anything. Yeah, okay, so it's on your end, Baz. Well, I don't understand. I mean, some are saying they've got audio, and others are saying they don't. So I don't know what. I don't know what. I'm leaving in about 5 minutes. So hopefully, when Chris gets in there, you guys can hear. Yeah, I don't understand how some have audio and some don't. I'm talking about our YouTube room, guys, not talking about this room here. All right, I'm just going to put my announcement in. I'll be back at about 12:45. Just waiting for Chris to take over in our YouTube room. Yeah, okay, Michael, bye-bye. Now look at this. This is just going crazy. I mean, absolutely crazy. This GRNV. That float, it looks like it is correct. That's why. I mean, it's such a low. Okay, now I get it. You guys, okay, the guys were saying they had no audio. They're just being idiots. Okay, so. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting for Chris to start. Yeah, forget, guys. We had a couple of idiots come into YouTube. They were the ones who said they didn't have audio. They were just idiots. That's the mild word I'll use. Okay, you're in there, Chris? Okay, great. All right, guys, I'm going to take my break now. Chris, I will stop streaming. Have fun.
All right, let's see. Am I on? Test, test. Can anybody hear me? Hmm. I am good. Excellent. All right, because I watch on the YouTube side as well to see if I'm coming through correctly. And it wasn't loading properly, but looks good now. All right, you guys got me loud and clear. Awesome. So, again, anybody that's not familiar, I'm Chris Varley, one of the support members here with Trade Ideas. I'm filling in for Andy today. Andy and Steve let me get a little extra time going live, give them a little break. You know, they do this all the time, the webinars and whatnot. You know, believe it or not, it's not always easy to come up with content for you guys. So, um, let's see, what do we got going on here? Fire away your questions, open forum. You know, I don't come with any content on this here, so fire away for me. And looks like the stream broke and dropped a bunch of you again. Seems to always happen to me. Hmm. All right, Chris, we were checking on a Holly. Yeah, no, I have that in. I'm trying to see if there was a delay in the simulator or not today, if there's some kind of hiccup on the data, but it goes way above my head there, Fernando. So I got the ticket, I marked it, and we'll see what happens. Got to send it up to the people that are a little smarter than me on the technical side of this. I'm just a dumb, mediocre trader. Well, go ahead and fire away, guys. Like I said, I don't have anything here. I can, of course, make anything up that we like. But I'm here for you. This is your time, your sports session. Yeah, it's always a bummer that it does that. It looked like there's about 70 people in here, and then for whatever reason, I don't know, the stream needs to be refreshed. I guess about 40 of you in, so we dropped about 20 or so. All right, let's go around the horn here and take a look. Rocket, I was gonna take that actually at the close yesterday, and always hindsight trading being my favorite trading class ever. A great alert from the AI earnings. It's one of those ones, great mover, Rocket. Actually, not really a pattern that I'm in love with, but there are other factors that I liked about it today. So, um, and if you ask why it's not a pattern that I'm in love with, I like cup and handles, horseshoe ups. So, we had something that might have been one here and then really failed actually there. That was a little bit too stretchy of a base for me. Well, we'll see what happens. Got that resistance above it in the coming days, and just see what the price action plays out as. I'm just gonna, without you guys asking questions or firing away with anything with me, I'm just gonna kind of go around the horn on the AI right now, see what's interesting. Uh, Been a mixed bag of donuts on the AI this week, but if it continues this way, it looks like she will end up doing all right. And I always like to, something if you've ever spoken to me in chat or on the off occasion that I make a phone call or get a phone call from someone, I like to keep those expectations of Holly realistic. Mike, see what's happening. There are a lot of people out there that think Holly is a money printer. Just not the case. If you ever look at the AI performance metric that we do run, first off, it has no slippage or commissions on it, and you can see on all three segments there are month over months where she is flat, and then month over month where she is up, up, up. So, not a money printer. Trading is hard. Automation even harder. But it is well worth it if you can get it down. You can get the timing down, whether it's your own strategies or Holly. Read those tea leaves. Is it a day to turn on all the strategies? A day to just turn on half the strategies? You know, these are the decisions we make when we decide to automate. So, all right, let's take a look here. EVIR, great short. I can't imagine that was difficult borrow there, actually. Let's take a look what IB says. No, very shortable at IB. She got it real early in the day, so you didn't even have to worry about the uptick rule. You don't even have to worry about the uptick rule now, as a matter of fact. Great entry. We looked at Rocket. Let's see here. That, not so much. Is that even shortable at IB? Let's take a look. Well, it is shortable at IB. Plenty of shares, it looks like. But, uptick rule would have been tough on that one. You'd have to be really patient working it. Mike C, not much trading for me either. The month of July, I kind of took off almost from most trading. I've been doing a little more day trading using Barry's option scan here, but actually got a Codex CODX today out of his watch list and did a quick little trade in that worked out all right. And that'll be it. Friday liquidity starts to dry up. Summertime, those things. Know your market, know your target, know these things. So, we got James. Without giving advice, what's your favorite scanner setup? I talk about it often, James. If you've ever been in here or the couple of webinars that I filled in, I like cup and handle patterns. I'm huge into those. I take most of what I do. I'm more of a swing scalp trader. Mostly what I do, I took from the book How to Make Money in Stocks by William J. O'Neill. Cup and handle pattern is probably the most successful and longest running pattern that you can find anywhere. It is wonderful on daily, weekly, and monthly charts. Powerful pattern, bull flags, hit or miss. Whatchamacallit, head and shoulders, probably the least likely. So that's what I like. I like cup and handles. I use a specific scanner. I think you were in here the other day when I shared that scanner. Happy to share it again. There is nothing special about this scanner. It is super duper simple. We're going to share it. Copy link. Post that link for you here. There we go. So that's that there. I find cup and handle patterns on it, and I'm going to be honest, the month of July, there was almost nothing on the scanner nightly. And so what do? I don't trade. That's what I do. Sometimes the best trade's no trade. Don't force it. There's nothing for me to force. There were some things that over the last several months from Barry's option scanner that I liked during day trades that were not running too fast. I don't like things when the time and sales has a big spread in it and just moving too fast. It's just not my cup of tea to trade, but there's some stuff that was really tradable for me in it, so that's why I kind of moved a little more to day trading in July. The market, even though constantly making all-time highs, there are a lot of long-time traders that will tell you markets making all-time highs are the hardest markets for them to trade, and I actually find myself a little difficulty in it too. So a lot of what I talk about, I got everything that I talk about as far as the way I look at the market, I got from journaling. The first year plus of trading, I journaled literally every single trade I made, why I made it, how I made it, when I entered it, why I exited it, why it worked, why it failed, so on and so forth. You can start to go back, you make a column of pros and cons of each trade, and you find the same stuff happening every win, every loss. And that's how you make a trading plan. That's how I made my trading plan. So that's that scan. Let's see if I can find some stuff with a cup and handle pattern that I like here. Alright, so this is a good one here, ERJ, because I traded this a lot. And hindsight trading 101 once again. Let's look at this here. I had earnings today, so that's that big gap up on it here that we see here. Gap and held, and that 8 EMA really just, both the 5-minute and the 15-minute chart beautiful, and I just wasn't really trading it today. But if we look back here and we go back into the spring, you got these cup and handle patterns here, just non-stop. And also you can call it making new highs all the way through. As I talk about, I like the position in 20-day range, and that's this black line that looks like steps moving up. I went over this, I think, on Wednesday. So we can see we didn't break that 20-day range up right here until the beginning of July, and that's when this fell out of favor for me actually. And even though it's on my like list and I continue to watch it because I do like the stock overall, it's a great trader. Once we did that, I wasn't so much interested in it. Now we've got this resistance area to clear. I like where it is right now with that. We hold that in the next day or two going into next week. I like a shot back at all-time highs again there. Or no, I'm not sorry, all-time highs, recent highs. I think the all-time high is what, 40 bucks? Let's take a look. Yeah, 40.52. Sorry, BCRX is another one that's just like that that I've been trading since last year, going at the end of last year, going into this year. That's sitting around all-time highs right now. So, anyways, I get this. Most of what I swing trade I got from that one scan that I just shared there. Not everything from it's gold. It shows a lot of stuff that's super extended. That'll be at the top of that list. So, pick and choose them. But this is the pattern that I look for. I'm going to map it out again, once again. This kind of cup and handle pattern here. You got your cup, you got your handle. So let's see. I see a couple questions have come in. What do we got? Off things. Yeah, that was a great one. I'd already made my CODX trade for the day, and I told myself I was one trade for the day. I knew that I had the support webby coming up. The other day I was trying to trade near the support webinar, and it didn't work out as I exited a trade kind of early and left some money on the table. So I was like, just gonna sit on it. Thanks. Totally long bias trader, favoring bull flags and reversals. Yeah, Kev. I like bull flags. Don't get me wrong. It's just that when bull flags work, it's hard to beat them, and when they don't work, look out. So what else we got going on here? Fire the questions away. I see 52 back in here now from when we dropped the stream. So there must be questions from someone somewhere, or I'll start heading back into the AI, I guess. So let's see. LTCH, what do you look like? Reposting my brokerage plus issue. It was discussed in case another user experienced the same problem. So, yeah, I don't know, Jeff, especially because you're in E-Trade and E-Trade being beta, so it makes it really, really tough. And I've never used E-Trade before, but I'm gonna load the simulator and bring it over here. Yeah, I mean, as far as it going into the E-Trade side, there's no comment I can make on that whatsoever. Like, as I've explained in this and to you a few times, and I've said it over and over again, E-Trade's API is garbage. We had to reconstruct their API from our side, so that's why it will remain in a beta until further notice. E-Trade doesn't care about you. They don't care about us. They don't care about anything. And in fact, it's not even E-Trade anymore. It's Morgan Stanley. That's why the relationship that we once upon a time had with them ended, because they want to force everybody into their own products. They don't care about individual retail traders. That's not the market that they see. Morgan Stanley wants you buying their funds, using their analysis, so on and so forth. So that's why that is what it is. But as far as what you're talking about here, if we come to strategies, edit trading strategy, I mean, you should see in the risk management tab, this should not be grayed out. You should be able to select these things here. I'm guessing that's what you mean by grayed out. Yes, E-Trade sucks. Look, I'm sure there are people that use E-Trade and they love it. For the couple of people in here that were running the E-Trade tests early on, they didn't like it. They didn't like one thing about their platform. So, but every platform has its good and bad. Look, I use IB. I don't like them, but I like Brokerage Plus. That's why I use IB. The second we have a TD Ameritrade connection, you better believe I'm going back to Thinkorswim. It's not that I think Thinkorswim is the best or the greatest or anything like that. I just happen to prefer it more than that. And if we ever get a Fidelity connection, you better believe I'll be leaving Thinkorswim for Active Trader Pro because I like that the best. And other people I talk to say Active Trader Pro sucks. So again, it's all relative to what people like and what they're used to and so on and so forth and what tools they have. So, Barry, watch what's up. Where is the symbol list? The symbol list, Barry controls the symbol list. You don't get that. That's him. I don't think there's even a way for you to look at that symbol list, to be honest. Um, so yeah, that's all Barry. Barry does that. I don't know how he comes up. He does his scanning in the evening. He updates it daily. That's all. That's all Barry's stuff. Um, Brokers Plus order execution times are off by an hour. Any idea? Um, or your Brokers Plus execution times are off by an hour. Check your local settings on your clock. I would go with that to start with. Are you simulating or are you live? And if you're live with IB, do you have live data from IB? Because without live data from IB, you're going to get a lot of delayed stuff and nothing is going to work correctly there, real. So you got to answer those for me. And, Trading View, same. I have no idea on Trading View with their API. Not a clue, Peter. Never used Trading View. Let's see. I've been using E-Trade for years. They're trying to force. Yeah, they're trying. Exactly, Kev. They're trying to force people into what they want. I'm sure the Morgan Stanley merger is happening. Not sure. Mergers are happening long before we even get wind of it whatsoever. So I'm sure that things were already implemented long before there's any kind of public knowledge whatsoever of that merger. And like I said, Morgan Stanley wants what they want because that's who they are. Yeah, Mike. See, yeah, I like Fidelity. I've never used a stock. But I like Fidelity. Like I said, if it wasn't for Brokerage Plus, I'd probably still be using ATP. Hi, Chris. Normally there could be quite resistance for a stock entering gap fill zone. Correct. Looking at for reversal zone. Yeah, absolutely. There could be, a lot of things go into a gap fill. Price is one of the biggest ones. When you see gap fills of stocks under $10, you better believe that gap fill is probably going to be a fake out. To be honest, I'm not huge into gap fills. Um, I'm not huge into gap fills under $10. Also, you got to remember stock. Trading is psychology. It's psychology playing out on charts, literally. And when you start to get to these sub $10 stocks, it starts to break down even more into quarters and 50 cent levels that really people see that and they want to exit them. Where you start to look at more whole numbers. You get over $10. That whole number is always really big. You start to get in the 50, 60, 70, 80, $100 range on stocks, and you see like $5 levels start to make a difference. So um, and I would also suggest if you're looking at gap fills in general, bring up a weekly or monthly chart, see where there might have been trouble, at that price, at those price levels in the gap prior to that gap having formed. You might find some kind of trouble in those gaps again for whatever reason. So like I said, it's people. It's literally people's feelings playing out on a chart. I know there's algos and so on and so forth, but I think most of us are probably trading smaller cap stocks anyway, where there's probably not as much algo action going on in those stocks. So that's kind of my 2 cents on a gap fill there, Hari. But where is it tied to in the scan? I'm not sure what you mean, Fernando, but where is it tied to in the scan? Yeah, Jeff, it's going to go back to E-Trade's API. That's why I need those files to pass them along to the contractor. That's kind of the lead on that, and I ship it off to him from there, and then they do their magic. All right, real. If you're really having that much of a delay, you have live data you're paying IB for, the correct live data. Do me a favor. Go to here. Look, this is anytime I ask someone to send support files. Go do this, real. Go to help. This ever wants to load help. Send files to support. Please send those files and then send an email to info@trade-ideas.com and say, hey, Brokerage Plus is coming in. It looks delayed from whatever IB is doing. Give me some specific examples of stocks with some screenshots, timestamp matching, things like that, so I can start to coordinate stuff, and I will take a look at the files and see what I can come up with. Again, here. .com So is that right? Yeah. So send that there. I'm the one that looks at 99.9% of the Brokerage Plus files. So just know that there's always about a dozen of them for me to look at. So it takes me a little bit to start to get through stuff. These things are massive. And just to give you an idea of what I'm looking at when you send files, just so you guys can have sympathy for me, this is what I'm looking at. That's what I have to read. So I got to go line by line and look for your stuff and timestamp it and match it with screenshots and so on and so forth. And this is actually a very, 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 very small file compared to what most of you people send to me. So, anywho, life in the trade ideas lane. All right, I think we're caught up as far as the questions go. If I missed a question, I'm scrolling back to make sure I kind of touched on everything. Post the question again. I don't skip anybody on purpose. If not, I'm gonna get rid of the simulator and jump back into looking at the AI. So yeah, we looked at. Oh man, what a clean chart that is. Look at that. Gap down. Adios. Beautiful. On a 5-minute chart, it even gave you a little range here on 5 minutes. Beautiful range. You could see it touched a few wicks, went sideways before it made another breakdown for you. So, and just a full disclosure, I hardly ever short a stock. Yeah, Mike. See, it's it was the job I took on when I signed on to Trade Ideas. It's one of the things they actually brought me in for, and I have no experience in any of this beforehand. I just I learn things quickly. What do we got, David? Hi. Do you see an email mine last week titled "Brokerage Plus Majors Concern about Entry Price Refresh Stop Readjust"? If so, if development team has on their to-do list, let me take a look here for you, David. Let's see what we got. David. I don't see it in the regular stuff here, David. I'm gonna search your name. Yeah, DVAX. It was I'll call it a wobbly week for me. I had DVAX. I was all over it. I just, for whatever reason this week, I was really hesitant to pull the trigger on a lot of stuff. So, one of those ones, one that got away. Numerous. It looks like the last email that I see from you, David, 6 days ago, was answered by Chris McKay, actually. He answered it on the 6th at 6:23 p.m. Eastern for you, and it looks like you viewed it at 6:25 p.m. Eastern. I can see. So let me know if that's what you're referencing, because that's the last thing that I see from you that was and it was answered. If not, I don't know if you got screenshots or whatever. Send them back in for us. He's the one that teams up on with me. He handles a lot of the bug stuff. I'm actually going to be doing some training on some of that today. So add another arrow to my quiver. Okay, only answered that. Confirm the bug, but not dev team will be looking to it. If there's a bug, the dev team's looking into it. I don't really interact with the dev team at all, so I can't comment on what they do. Chris McKay is really the go-between with us and the dev team. So, and I know that he has a workflow set up that once a bug is addressed, he replies to everybody, letting them know that whatever it was that was a concern has been addressed, and usually hands out, if it isn't in the current public beta, he'll hand out a beta that will address that as far as the software goes. So all right. So yeah, like I said, that was the last thing that I saw there, David. If there's something else that still looks like it's off and it's still happening, send in another email. We never ignore anything. They just, they do get sectioned off for, different people and different things like that. Um, so yeah, like I said, I can see everything that you've sent in here going all the way back to August 31st of 2016, David. So you've been around for a minute. I know you know the software. All right, back at it here. All right, perfect. And I'll team up with. I'll probably end up teaming up with Chris on it too. So let's see. So something else I'll throw out. I know, Holly's real popular and so on and so forth, but she's a really awesome tool to use in a lot of other ways. Look at this mixed bag here. All right, shorts and longs that have been working. All right, moderate and conservative. This one now is taking a turn, but I do believe it looked good for a minute. Hold on, let's get rid of that drawing. Double check, make sure I'm not making things up. Hmm. So yeah, it's had its moments here. Um, Not exactly crazy about that chart. That's a weird stock for Holly to alert. Oh, it's an ETF. Odd. Almost never see Holly alert ETFs. All the same. What else do we have? Yeah, she might be a little late on that. Beautiful 15 minutes right up until, well, she made the entry, so she might have top ticked it in the wrong way. But my point being is, what is Holly going all long? Is she going all short? These are things to pay attention to for things that you're trading in general, with her or without her. The other thing too to look at here is, she come with a real mixed bag today. So it shows you that in her back testing. Look at that spread of long and short trades there. Um, on those strategies. So, pretty interesting stuff here to look at. And if you had been watching compare count windows this morning, you see the small caps were, again, kind of selling off. Large caps were a mix of 50-50. Kind of got 50-50 here. And, you had 50-50 in the actual trades you got going on right now. Look at that, long, short, long, short, long, short. And just think, if you have an unemotional AI computer that is, working back and forth on that, how do you think people with emotions looking at their money going up and down are going to feel? So, all right, you guys you're making me generate content. You're making me work for it today here. Here's another one here, pattern that I like. Not a real big base on it, but these little cup and handle patterns are what I look for. You can see it's on my like symbol here. Been watching that one for a while. Let's see. I have to check something with the dev version here. In the past, if you hovered over the liked, it should give you a date of when you actually liked it. I have to go back and take a look to see if that's something we removed. But books, I guess people are reading again. It's a book publisher, and I've definitely been watching this one for months. Probably been watching this one sub $10. Skin, we got skin in the game. Let's see. Oh yeah, look at that. So, sorry, internal chat going on. I'm checking on here. So skin, let's see. Did we get an alert for that? Oh, look at that. Came up on the options scanner. Probably came early. It might have come earlier. Great, another great alert from Barry's options scanner. Look at that. Look at that. And like I said, there's no magic. indicators or anything like that. I just happen to like the 8 EMA, and you can see here almost touched on the 15 before we get blast off. You had it touch here, hover it, cradle it, push it up. And you can also see how the 20 SMA played a role into it. That 20 SMA and the 8 EMA touched here before you start to get blast off. Great technical analysis. You can do that. There's a lot of EMAs and SMA combinations you can find that with too. So, believe me, I know a lot of people want EMAs. I've been asking for 3 years as a filter, so it does not fall on deaf ears and you have someone on the inside. Yes, I sold my 1,000 shares with 6 seconds ago. I suspect if I took a look at the time and sales of it, probably a little wacky for me. Let's take a look here. Actually, no. That would be something I would trade. We can look at the time and sales here. Spread is pretty decent, couple cent spread. 2, 3, 4 cent spread on a $23 stock. Ain't nothing wrong with that. These are the other factors that come into my trading when I day trade. Obviously, it's a chase now. I mean, just for anybody that's kind of new and you're looking at that, if you are buying here, you are chasing. It very well may go to the moon from there. It very well may come right back down to here. You have to ask yourself that risk reward. If you have a real solid reason in your trading plan to buy it there, by all means, don't hesitate. Press that buy button. If you do not have a trading plan, if you do not have something that says, this is why I buy this stock at that price, you're chasing and you're gambling. So I suggest head to Atlantic City or Vegas. Better off over there. You know, I'm very, I'll say this. When I first started with Trade Ideas in last September, I was a lot more sympathetic than I am now. I was a lot more sympathetic because I was that guy that was, career restaurant person and, waiting tables and managing and bussing tables, and I was a cook and all, if the restaurant has a position, I've literally done it over 26 years. And, I wanted to make it as a day trader and so on and so forth like everybody else. And so I get it, I get it. I also learned that it is so, so, so hard. Anybody that's heard me before, it was 2 years before I started seeing any sort of consistent profit. And it was another year before that consistent profit was something that really meant something to me financially. So, I'm sympathetic. But, for those that continuously touch the hot stove, full well knowing that it's hot, buying the chase, things like that, don't do that. That's all there is to it. So, that's that. Wish. Everybody talking about Wish this morning. What happened here? What are we looking at? Oh, gap down. So that's another thing about me. I don't really pay attention to too much in the pre-market. I have a game plan when I come in each day if I'm planning on trading. Like I said, I didn't much plan on trading this morning. So I knew that I was going to be watching Barry's option scanner, and that was really going to be it. There's other stuff that I liked during the week. It just, like I said, I was hesitant. I didn't pull the trigger. We'll call it vacation hangover. I was on vacation last week, and so, getting back into the swing of things. But that's a pattern that I like right there. Kind of see it doubled up here. We'll see. That's a big level to get through. That's curling up under the 8 EMA right there. All big time stuff there. So, I guess a little fun inside, that we never stop. Both, their improvements, like I said, do not hold me to a time frame of it. And if you say that I told you that's coming, I'll tell everybody you're lying. But there are improvements to the charts coming at some point. When, I don't know, so don't ask. So from the development side of that, we're always working. On the development side of something like Holly, we're always working. So we try to take Barry's option scanner, and a number of us have been running it in a simulator, back testing it, trying to do what we can to see if we could implement that somehow as a Holly strategy. It just doesn't work. We cannot get it, A, to trigger enough trades, and B, to trigger enough trades, that win consistently, if you will. And you have Michael Noss working on it, and he can't get it to work. Myself and Chris McKay were playing with it a little bit, here and there, and down times when I do get a down moment, I've been trying to work on it still. It just goes back to automation is hard, and some strategies are meant to be manually ran, and that's just the way it is. And some are meant to be kind of man and machine, which is more what I think Holly is. And I can guarantee there are some users out there that have some really, really, really outstanding strategies that are automated. They're never going to tell anybody about because why would you give up that hard work? Let's see. Yeah, so if I understand right there, Kev, you did a modified option scanner with that. Sorry, just reading some internal chats as well. I don't like to. One of the things about the doing the support webby is when I get back in, I got to go back through everything that's been going on and catch back up. So it's like you miss a day of school, and trying to catch back up on all that work. I gotcha. Okay, so I think the original option scanner that Barry did had lower metrics as well. I don't remember what it was. So, those are wondering. I use the my like symbol. You can see that here. This is how I kind of curate what I'm looking at. That's pretty shallow right now. This is probably the least amount of stocks I've had on it in a long time. Barely a page here. And DVAX. I mean, and here's why I didn't do DVAX. Coming back from vacation, and you see this breakaway gap, and I saw this resistance level, and I'm like, how much more is it going to have on it? And well, obviously had a few dollars more, but that's risk reward. My plan said I can't chase that. Yeah, yeah. I said it the other day, and I say it to Barry. I don't know how he does it. He runs this stream, he runs the other stream at the same time. He hardly takes any breaks. And I was in the trading room for years with Barry before coming over to the side and working with him. So, he's an unbelievable. First off, he's just an unbelievable person. He's an unbelievable trader. I noticed you searching for cup and handles on low time frames. Set strategy profitable in low time frames. Once again, not. No. I get you're not asking for advice, James. Cup and handle works on every time frame. It's probably one of the we'll call it safest patterns on every time frame. But the thing that I'll relate it to is prices of stocks matter. Anything under $10, you're going to find a lot more failed breakouts. And, things over $10, you start to see that percentage of failed breakouts start to switch back to the other way. So, um, it all plays a role. It's like most things in life, it's a puzzle. Putting those pieces together. Showing that I use the time and sales from IB. I use our charts, and I know a lot of people get hung up that we have the a slight refresh delay on our charts, but it's never affected me. I've never used anybody else's charts. I mean, I've used them for fun just to compare things, but it's never made a difference in my trading our charts or someone else's charts. Um, but yes, I like cup and handle every time frame. I like the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA on every time frame. Um, those are the only two indicators you're going to see on my intraday charts. The only other thing you'll see me use is that position in 20-day range. It's the low position of a 20-day range on my daily chart, and I have a 50 SMA on my daily chart, which I'm even considering removing that now. I used to have a 200 SMA on a daily chart. I don't see any need for it whatsoever. Just not part of what I do. DVAX was $10. Yeah. No, that's exactly it, David. And for anybody that's been following along with the TI strength alerts, DVAX was one of them on there several months ago. And I think I traded it, but it ended up being like a day or two trade because it went up. It made a nice move the first day and started to pull back. And I was like, I just don't like that pullback, and I ended up getting out of it. It was something I kept watching for a long time, but like you said, it had a lot of failed breakouts on it. And you can see them back here even in the spring. Fail, fail, and then we get beat up here, and it's just hovering here and was really stuck. So, it's what kept me out. What is aggressive? Aggressive is something that angers me very much. Aggressive means that you're trading without a stop. It's what happens if you bought with the AI or the AI bought or whatever it is, and there was no stop. All you did was you buy it and you hold it to the end of the day. Technically, it works as a sell on close 345 timestamp or time stop. Um, I already know. I think I already know what you mean, though, Blue Sky, with the aggressive there. I hate that we display aggressive. I was told we were going to take it off. I campaigned for it consistently. We should not be displaying this data. There's no reason to display it. Trading without a stop is gambling. Again, head to Atlantic City, Vegas, or Reno if that's what you want to do. Um, so that is what it is. And I know people see some days the aggressive is so much more up than everything else, and blah 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 blah. But that's not trading. That's all there is to it. It's not trading. I really won't die on any hill for just about anything. But if there was a hill that I was prepared to die on, it would be the aggressive. Getting rid of it. Take a look here. What's the SPY doing? Oof. SPY is traded just shy of 14 mil by 1240 today. And talk about a dead market. And you can really see. I'm going to bring this over real quick. I have another setup over here, and you can really see the volume dying off on us here. Like, at least here, the last few days, you saw a little bit of volume through here, and some bigger candles there. I'm sure we'll get something on the close because that's just the way the close works. But look, just really dying in through there. I mean, just nothing. And look here, relative volume. Not overly crazy on relative volume. I get its purpose. It doesn't serve me too well in what I do for trading. Um, if you've got a stock that's trading, 7 million shares a day, but its relative volume is zero point 0.5, well, that's a really liquid stock. Relative volume has no relevance in that whatsoever. So, keep things relevant to what you're looking at and what you're seeing. A lot of people get hung up on relative volume. If you got a stock that's a relative volume of 15 and it's traded 100,000 shares today by noon, that's not exactly a liquid stock. So, these are things, come with time. Fire away, guys, fire away. All right, I see something coming in there, Blue Sky. So what do we got? All right. Aggressive strategy listed and strategy window. Options you pick for high conservative. Yeah, so it's not a strategy. It's what do we call it? Like risk mode. I guess that's what we call it. A risk mode. Yeah, there is no aggressive. That's we don't allow it for auto trading. Period. And the reason behind it is there's no stop. We could not, in good conscience, let someone trade automated without a stop. Um, yeah, just no way. Absolutely not, Blue Sky. So that's why it's not an option. Never will be. Well, I won't say never. I suppose anything is possible. But no, absolutely not. No. no aggressive option. If I had a way to remove it, I would. I would remove it and never talk about it again. So don't be confused. Just I can't technically give you advice, but if I were to give you advice, I would say pretend like aggressive isn't there and never look at it because it's just going to mess with your head. Yes, you could. Yes, exactly, Fernando. You could just delete the stop. Let it enter. Put it in. Run it in moderate for that purpose, I guess. Then, and then delete the stop, and that would be the end of it. Best of luck to you. Anybody that wants to do it. I mean, look, everything seems to be by the dip and so on and so forth. But yeah, not something I'm willing to do. That's for sure. Yeah, I mean, I listen, Fernando. I'll never call what anybody's doing dumb. There are people that do things in trading, especially when I was in the trading room. I'm like, not for me, but they do well. For example, on the other side of this, for those of you that don't go to the other side of this broadcast that Barry runs, there's a trader in there named William who consistently adds to positions that he's technically losing in. He averages down, and William is an unbelievable trader. I mean, he's no nonsense. What he does is outstanding. My general rule: only losers average down. That's my general rule. I don't like to average down. I'm not saying I've never done it, but I don't. It's not something that I like to do. His strategy, his scans, what he does, it works for him. He's very successful. All the power to him. So, you know, there are people that do things that are really, counterintuitive to what, most successful trading involves. And that's why I won't say anything's dumb. Some things are more unlikely than others, but, Yeah, that's my 2 cents too, Fernando. I think moderate with self management. Um, I think man and machine. I think, like I said before, that's my feelings on Holly. Um, don't press play. Go play a round of golf, run to the bank, do some food shopping, have lunch, come back and check Holly. That's not what Holly was built for. No, that's solid, David. I would wholeheartedly agree with that. And sometimes there's resistance in price. Without there being resistance, if you will. You could see, there's no real overhead resistance, but stock struggles at a certain price. For some people, that's a time to get out, or to shed some of those shares, lock in some profit, and then, watch the price action from there. Everybody a little different with their time frames or what they're willing to tolerate in wiggle mode, if you will. Oh, wiggle, not necessarily wiggle mode, but when you watch a stock, start to wiggle. Um, yeah, that's exactly it, Kev. Nothing's black and white. Um, just as simple as that. You know, the only thing that should be black and white is your trading plan, um, and how you trade it. Following your exact rules. That's it. That's the only thing that should be black and white. Some people have a flexible trading plan. Some people don't. But whatever your actual trading plan is, that's it. That should be followed. That should be the quote unquote black and white. So another interesting thing to note here: Holly hasn't entered a trade in now over an hour. Let's see. I think that's the last one. Yeah. So one of the big things with Holly is volume is a metric in her. I would suspect that, like we were just discussing in the SPY, volume's dropping off. Well, I'm sure volume's dropping off everywhere right now. And so, knowing that that's happening, liquidity's drying up. You're not going to probably see Holly make many more entries, if any more entries today. That tells you something. I'm sorry, I like to draw when I start to see something on a chart. Are we getting a flag here? Or are we getting a curl? Could go either way. And on the 5 minute chart we see something different. We could almost We could call that a flag, I suppose, if we want. So are we doing it again? Or are we not doing it again? Or are we going to curl up? Who knows? That's where, seat time, having that 10, 15,000 hours in front of charts, there's no substitute for it. So I've got about 13 minutes here before Barry comes back to steal the stream. All right, let's see. Blue Sky Part 2 question. I'm testing Holly. My laptop died without plugging it in, then plug it in, turned it on. Holly seemed to be running fine once it rebooted. Curious how it's set up to run when this happens. Will it begin managing trades again? So we don't really hold the orders server side for us, Blue Sky. So let's say if Holly had entered any trades, IB has those orders. If you were in the simulator, it's a little different because that's our server. Excuse me, a little tired. That's a little different. I'm not sure how that would play out, if that would actually make the exit if you had disconnected, but I would highly recommend not doing that. I'd have to inquire to the smarter minds behind the design of it. I haven't come across that. I more focus on the live trading stuff. So, because we're not the broker of record, we don't really hold the orders. There's some gray area in there that I'm not going to really get into, that I'm actually just learning about. But that's how it is. When you get a fill on Holly or any automation, a bracket order goes out actually with that. So those orders are sitting lying in wait to be filled afterwards. Broker plus only executing stop loss position does not execute take profit even though AI took profit help. Well, what mode are you in there, YG? You know, are you in moderate? YG, are you in moderate or are you in conservative? If you're in moderate, that's why she won't trade profit save in moderate. That's a conservative exit. If you have moderate, the only two things that are getting you out of a trade are a stop hit or yeah, that's why. So you don't get a profit save in moderate. The only two things that are exiting your trade, YG, and automation are a stop hit or 345 sell on close order. Mm-mm. Sorry, looking back at tickets real here, quick here, see what I'm gonna be getting into when I have to leave here in 10 minutes. So YG, yes, you can take the profits yourself, but that means you're going to navigate to the orders tab afterwards and cancel any of the outstanding orders because they will not auto cancel if you trade manually with it. So you're going to have to manage all of that. Thanks, Fernando. I'll try. It's pretty brutal in the Northeast here. I'm actually, on a personal note, I'm training to run the New York City Marathon, raising money for MS. And I went for a run this morning, and I got up a little late this morning, so I was running a little late. And humidity is brutal here in New York. Yeah, Barry had said that about a month ago that you guys had insane temperatures. He's up in Vancouver area, I believe. So. So again, YG, make sure if you're gonna trade with the AI, which totally fine. In fact, I kind of feel like man and machine. Let her get the entries. You manage the entries from there. Just make sure to cancel the closing orders so that you don't have sell orders sitting while you have no position. Because if you have sell orders while you have no position, you're going to end up short the stock, and you're going to say, well, I didn't short, and it wasn't a short strategy, and why do I have these short trades going on, and I didn't short anything. And the reason why is because you'll have orders sitting there with no position. It's just basic market mechanics stuff. But it's one of those things that if you don't know, you don't know. You know what I mean? It's something something I learned the hard way personally. Update skin. Right back in that area. So let's see what does skin do there, Kev. Yeah, there you go. So you know what I mean. You have to ask yourself now. Look, someone that's using more 15-minute charts. Look, we touched here, we touched here, and we took off. We're touching here now. Does it break and fall? And the other thing that I like to look at here too, doing technical analysis here, is we had the spread widen between the 8 and the 20 here. So now we start to see it pull back in. Does that mean it's building momentum to push higher? Or does it mean it's building momentum to go lower? Make a case for either one. But that's, why having your plan matters, But we can see, the AEMA starts to flatten out. Which way are we going? Round and round she goes. Where she stops, your P&L will show. Any chance you can see the stats of a particular AI strategy greater than? No, because we backtest these strategies. Well, not we, the Hopper, or whatever the heck it's called, backtest these strategies all the time. So, for example, this not a double bottom here, and any other one of these strategies that you see here, when we originally submitted them into the AI metric, they had all their filters and everything like that. That no longer exists like that. The double bottom that originally went in is not the double bottom that we see today. They are two different double bottoms now. I don't know if the base strategy exists anymore, but so there's no way to really compare it. Back tested as a 63.2 win percent for yesterday, coming into today, but that's the double bottom that it adjusted itself to, not the original double bottom. So there's no way to keep track of that essentially. Question: I'm having a problem today. Holly is not trying to execute any trades today. I quit halfway through the day after I had to close and reboot the program. Blue Sky, are you using IB or are you using the simulator? So we don't choose them, actually. The AI chooses them. They have to backtest a certain percent and have a certain profit factor to come in, which makes me wonder why. Breakdown short looks like garbage, and that made the cut. Not sure why. I have to inquire about that. But anyways, this here and this here determine what's coming in for the day. There's 60-something base strategies, so make of that what you will. And simulation. Did you? Okay, so you're saying it quit halfway through yesterday, but you said you had a shutdown in the middle of yesterday, so I'm not sure what errors that could have caused, Blue Sky. If you're referring to today, then that's a different bag of apples there. And you're setting up in the AI tab. Every day you got to set this all up. You have to, right click and edit the stuff every single day. Did you choose the account today? Did you choose all this stuff today? You don't just turn it on. Every day you have to order it. Yeah, or you have to set up all this order metrics here. And it's enabled. All this is enabled over here. And you're not getting one execution today. And the account is chosen. You don't have none set there, right? Send me your files and I'll take a look at it. Email info@trade-ideas.com. Say, hey Chris, here are the support files for you, and I'll take a look and see what I come up with. All right, so you're going to email to that's where you're going to send the email to, and you're going to, on the menu bar here, you're going to go to help, send files to support. And once you've sent them, you get a confirmation that they've been sent. You're going to see it looks like this. Do you want to send files to support? You're going to click yes. And then it's going to say that right there. File blah 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 zip has been uploaded. And then I'm going to take a look. But I just want send me an email saying that you sent it in so I know where to look, because I'm going to have to, I need to see your account. Mike C, always a pleasure. Thank you very much. You have a outstanding weekend, sir. Alright, let's see here. I see something coming in. What are we looking at? CJ, relative volume is primary in TI. How TI calculates relevance since it does not align values of FinViz, who are very accurate. Well, I have no idea what it is for. I don't know. I have no idea what time frame they're calculating it over. So our relative volume, the things I can tell you about is it's a 10-day calculation. It is not evenly weighted. It is weighted heavier at the open and at the close. So that's what I can tell you about our relative volume filter. I cannot tell you anything about FinViz's relative volume because I don't work for FinViz, and I have never even opened a FinViz page, I believe. Thanks, David. You have a great weekend too. No, sometimes these support sessions, they kind of drag a little bit if there's not much interaction. I'm kind of having to make it up as I go along. So now you guys kept me engaged today. I appreciate it. You're welcome, CJ. There are things that there are formulas. I went over this a little bit the other day. The data that we're giving you, we don't pull that data in actually. We pull in raw data. We pull in the actual volume. We format it. It's our own proprietary algorithms and mathematical formulas and all that stuff that spits it back out to you after our servers do all the work. So, some of the stuff is, yes, going to be data that comes straight from FactSet and Nexus. Float that we report, that comes straight from them. That's not us. So if, there's ever a discrepancy, we ring them up and say, hey, what's going on here? Now some things are left to interpretation, like float and short float. So, I'm sure you guys have heard Barry say this. You check 10 sources, you're going to find 10 different short floats. They should be quote unquote relatively close to each other. Same with the float, but you could see a good several million off on something. That's for sure. Yeah, so their 60-day average is going to be a little different than our 10-day average. Yeah, the single stock window is unbelievable. I really, I collected baseball cards as a kid and in my teens. I still have all the baseball cards I ever collected. I never sold any. But my point being is, I consider the single stock window like looking at the stats on the back of a baseball card, or I guess basketball or football or whatever sport card you're looking at. You know what I mean? Related to that, if you will. It's a big deal to me. The single stock window, very big deal to me. That's the other thing too. A lot of people get hung up. Holly, 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 Holly. Yes, Holly's wonderful. But are you using our compare count windows? If anybody was in here the other day and watching, they asked me about the compare count windows, and I told them I could tell you what the IWM chart looked like without ever having looked at the IWM chart. Just by looking at my compare count windows, I knew exactly what that IWM chart was going to look like. So it's a way for me to get a snapshot at different parts of the market without having to do anything. And it's just, yeah, what you see on my screen here, that's almost it for my layout. The only thing you guys are not seeing from my layout is my Brokerage Plus window. I kind of have it reversed. So what you see on this is actually on a different screen normally. And then this screen usually looks like it has this. I'll give it a quick swap actually real fast here for you guys. So normally what my screen will look like is what you guys are looking at is what you guys saw before. And this screen normally looks like this. this a sector list, and IB time and sales. That's it. I run very, very, very few windows there. And a channel bar. I'm going to stick a channel bar over here. And so this is it. This is what my, you see every window that I run during the day. Post-market, I run it a little different. I don't really look at the pre-market. I do have pre-market setup, pre-market layout. This is exactly what I look at every day. This is exactly how my setup looks like. What you guys saw on the with those other 3 container windows that I had over, I just swapped them all out. So I think especially when you're trading, you want to, you want less noise. Sounds good, Kev. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for keeping me engaged. I appreciate it. Yes, yeah. Everybody stay hydrated. It's super important. You ain't taking care of your mind to start with. Forget about trading. So there's that. I'm gonna bring this back over. Barry isn't here yet, so we'll keep going here. Take a look here again at skin. Look at that. Just discussing. How it's obeyed the 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. Boom, boom, boom. All right. You can see it broke the 5 EMA though, but does it come and almost touch and then boost? You see that a lot with the 8 EMA on the 5-minute chart. So you saw it right here. You saw the 8 EMA curl up, come back, touch the 20, and explode again. Is it going to do the same thing again? Looks like it might be setting up for that. Obviously, that's going to be a resistance because this is why. You now have people that chased it and bought it here, and they are all in a foxhole prayer saying, "Oh God, please let the price get back up there just so I can break even." And you better believe that those people are going to be distributing their shares to these people that are buying in here. The question is, how many people are here and how many people are buying here? That's where the battle will now be fought. And that's trading in a nutshell. Jack Dan, that's a healthy way to start the weekend. Yeah, I gave up drinking quite a while ago, but my younger days, Jack Daniels was my jam, one of my jams. Let's see, let's bring this all back over again. We'll set it back up the way we had it. So, but as you guys can see, I keep it extra, extra, extra simple. And I still get my money's worth out of TI. And what you're seeing now for this, I started this, before I became an employee here too. So that's when I started finding my most successes, when I really, really, really cut down on the windows. I was one of those people that had 40 windows open and top list set to 1,000 count and everything else, and just ridiculous. Nobody can look at all that information at once, and the quality of information that have coming through here. So, this is my liked here. Let's take a look at the history of what it's done today. See some okay alerts, I bet. So this is an alert window that's attached to my liked symbols only. Much similar to what Barry does with his watch list up. Of course, don't repeat function. You're going to kill me. So I can't load it all. Let's see here. Did I do all? Oh, that's why. Whoops. There we go. LTHM, what did you do? EVs, so pop and drop. That had some meat on the bones for it today. Not bad. Curled. Goodbye. Wouldn't look at that again. Also an earnings play. Let's see what else happened here. Also, full disclosure, I have not been updating the symbol list very well as I've been not trading. Garbage. I mean, I can share it, but the problem is you're not going to have my symbols list here. You know what I mean? That I can't really I can't really do much on, for you as far as sharing the symbols list. So Barry is telling me he's giving me overtime because someone's coming with a brokerage plus question possibly. So hopefully I can answer it. A lot of pressure, brokerage plus. A lot of pressure is put on me with brokerage plus. Let's see, Huffington. That's the book company. That's solid. Beautiful range and a pop. Very nice. So you know what I mean. Not a lot of I know it looks like a lot of signals, but you look how many LTHMs came through. So keeping it quality. Um, that would be me. All right, Michael, fire away. Try to be easy on me here. First Friday of test drive. See. And running right into resistance. Boom, textbook. We looked at that already. We looked at that. BCRX. Love this stock. Love this chart. It's a bio, so you got to be careful. But man, look at that. This line I drew back here, and it is just, look at that. Talk about textbook support and resistance. I'm getting a beautiful bounce again. Shorts have to keep covering, and it's had a good short float for a long, long time. Earnings are behind it. There's not a lot to not like about this, other than that's a lifetime high there. Broke it, broke it, broke it. So, love that stock. That is not financial advice, by the way. I do not buy and hold this stock for too long. I am in and out of it, 1, 2, 3 days. Okay, my question is that I can't seem to get order to work for profit save and stop and timeout works. Are you talking about the AI, Michael? Okay, so first thing I'm going to do, Michael, is give you this to watch. That I go over setting up the AI for simulator. So I'm going to suggest watching that, but don't watch it right now, obviously. Um, but it's all done here. Pull the simulator back over again. Holly off. And you got to have all this stuff enabled here. Edit the long, and it edits all longs. Edit the short. It's going to edit all shorts. You got to set these order entry parameters up: conservative, moderate, so on and so forth, and make sure the account's attached. If it's in the simulator, you shouldn't see any issues. Because we don't account for spread and liquidity in the simulator, to be honest. There's no real way to there's no way to simulate that kind of stuff, really. If it's live, that's a horse of a different color. Price can tick anything. Doesn't mean you're getting a fill. So the profit save technically could get triggered, but that doesn't mean that they're going to give you a fill. A profit save could come, tick that price. For example, let's just say that this line here was the profit save, and the price came down, touched that line, and then bounced back up on the profit save. If that's where the algo had it, for an example, you might not get a fill there. That does, But the AI, because the AI is not actually trading as far as the alert window itself goes. This window here is not actually trading. It's just alerts. That's it. It's just price action, and that's it. Right, but in moderate, you're never gonna get a profit save in moderate. In moderate, the only thing you're gonna get is a stop or a close on sell order at 3:45 Eastern. That's it. Those are your only two exits in moderate. There is no other exit option in moderate. Um, so if you're in conservative, what I've told everybody else, say if you're in conservative, a profit save was triggered. You did not get the profit save trigger. Send me your support files. I'll add them to the stack that I got to look at already, and I'll take a look. You got to give me specific examples. Ticker ABC. Profit save at this time. So on and so forth. Right. So all right. Do you have an example of one today for me, Michael? If you have an example of one today, I'm going to ask you to send an email to copy and paste it. Send an email to here and tell me that didn't have. Say, hey, profit save didn't trigger in whichever stock. You got to give me the stock name, please. And then you're going to send me your support files, and in the email you're going to say stock whatever. I was in conservative. It did not trigger. So on and so forth. I sent my support files, and to send your support files, you're going to go to Help, Send Files to Support. You're going to click Yes, and you're going to wait for confirmation that it's sent, and I'm going to hopefully have an answer for you. The last little bit to save me some headache here for anybody that's ever sending me files to support. If you have a really active Brokerage Plus setup, meaning you have a bunch of strategies in here and they're auto trading, and even if they're not enabled, but they're auto trading strategies that are enabled in here, and you're trying to send me support files, I'm going to secretly be cursing you out, because every single thing that happens in Brokerage Plus gets logged into those files. So let's say you have 2 alert windows in there, and each of those alert windows, even if they're not on, triggers 100 trades each. I have to go line by line through every one of those trades that was triggered. That's 200 trades I have to look at, whether they happened or not. So, and then the other thing that happens is the files can only be so big that can be sent. So if your files are too big to be sent, then we got to start walking you through where to find the files on your computer, how to zip them and send them over that way too. So don't do that. You should only have in here realistic strategies that you want to trade. Otherwise, please delete them to save you and me the trouble of having to look at all those things. Sorry, that's just a little campaign for myself to save. I mean, it saves everybody else time too, because like I said, I'm the one that's looking at most of these Brokerage Plus files. So, you want quicker answers, I want smaller files, and that's, how we can work as a team together on this one. So for anybody that's, has big ambitions of automation, just know that if your files are huge, it's going to take me a long time to figure things out. I hope all that A makes sense, B watch that video, and C send in that email, send in those files. Both Blue Sky and Michael, give me specific examples, preferably today. Going back in history is much harder for me. And I'll look and I'll see what it says. So yeah, all right, working on it. All right, excellent, Blue Sky. Good to see. While Barry's got me left in here, maybe he's coming in to get this stream. And oh no, sorry, that was the original alert that Barry sent me. So if there's any other questions, I'll give it another couple minutes here, and then I'm going to send it back over to Barry. got here? One more thing running 5.5 beta and had to use an old keep E-Trade working. I'm not sure what you mean by that. All right. Send that in as a separate email with the files, and I'll pass it over to the contractor that works on the development of the E-Trade API. I don't have anybody else actually having that happen, and we actually have an E-Trade account that's set up in live automation for us to be monitoring at all times what automation E-Trade's doing. So we're actually doing E-Trade in live automation. Keep tabs on what's happening. So we haven't had any real issues on our E-Trade. It's a company E-Trade account. Let us know. Send that in. Tell us, what's happening, what's your specific version, and all that for sure. Well, here's the thing with E-Trade. A lot of things that happen to people are just individual to them. That's all there is to it. Almost every bug that we've had on E-Trade happens to in between 1 and 5 people. So it makes it very hard when we can't reproduce a bug. For example, there was a point in time where Bollinger Bands on the chart wasn't working for some people, and we had let's say 50 people it wasn't working for. So it makes it easier for us to reproduce something when something like that happens. When it's one individual user, it's very hard to troubleshoot why one individual user has something not working. Yeah, very happy to help, Michael. Always very happy to help. Look, we take all this stuff seriously. We take our data seriously. We take any bug seriously. Any of this stuff. Sometimes it takes us a little bit of time to figure things out. It's not black and white. There's not a troubleshooting switch we can just flip and say, hey, troubleshooter, figure out what went wrong for this person. We wish it was like that, but there are so many moving parts and so many different people that work on this. As the saying goes, it takes a village. So you have a very good idea then, Michael. Absolutely. And so just give an example here on the BCRX here and why no indicators magic. You got a beautiful uptrend, BCRX holding that 8 EMA. I mean, look at this. So textbook here, right? Touch. Pierces a little bit and off to the races, and we touched and we took off, and then we touched and we curled. And if I was a betting man, my money would be against BCRX finishing higher than this point today. I say it finishes lower than there, barring some massive buy for some reason or anything like that. So, it works right up until it doesn't, and that's why it's not magic. So, all right, I'm going to tell Barry that we are done here, unless I'm gonna call it for any other questions. Going once. I mean, unless he just tells me to keep the stream, of course. But going twice. Dramatic pause for effect. I don't see anybody panic. Wait, I have a question. No? Going 3 times. All right. I'm going to let Barry know that we are wrapped up here if he likes the stream. I have messaged our fearless leader. Let's see. What did Skin end up doing for us here? Look at that. Still obeying the 8 EMA on 2 time frames. Dove down. Starting to go back up again. And we can see the shares are being distributed from here to here. We're well past its lifetime high, so there's no bag holders from way back. I don't know if this is a new issue or not. So it's blue sky. This is all blue sky. The only bag holders that exist are here, and they're not really out of the money, to be honest. What else happened? This was an alert at 4:45, I believe, yesterday, and not time, price, out of this exact scanner here. And it is just, look at that chart. That is clean, clean, clean. Choppy in here today, but nah, you're gonna have people buying and selling, lifetime high higher, so I assume there'll be bag holders way back, possibly. Good stuff. And for whoever was asking about cup and handle on smaller time frames, if you're still here, cup, handle. Are we going to do a cup and handle here again, or are we going to roll over? I don't know. But there we can see it there. All right, Barry's going to...
All right, Chris, I'm back in. I'm back in to the YouTube room. Hopefully you've been able to help everybody with all their Brokerage Plus questions, etc. Boy, here's another one, this Flora growth. I mean, all-time high. FLGC, all-time high or not. Again, I hesitate because I don't know if this was a symbol name change. It's a Canadian company, so they may have, just got a listing on NASDAQ or something. I'm not 100% sure. Bottom line, it looks good from this date, this month anyway. That's the bottom line. So whether it's an IPO or not, I doubt it is. Maybe before you do that, go to account and reset connection, okay? Click on account and do a reset. And if that doesn't work, yeah, maybe just try to do a complete reboot if you don't mind. It's part of my layout, Siri, yes. My watch list up, yeah, it's part of my layout. I don't share it on its own, it's part of my layout. So if you load my layout, you'll have the watch list up. Keep an eye on this one, guys. SESN from the option scanner. Okay, keep an eye on it. Now you don't have to stare at it. But what I would do is I would put an alert at say you put an alert around 6:06. Okay, $6.06 for SESN. See if it takes that out later on. I mean, it has no resistance. And look how nicely it's basing. No, I mean, listen, it may just collapse from here, but all sorts of enthusiasm about this one. Well, I'll use it as a watch list, David. Okay, and I have I have a price range that I like. I like the ones if I'm going to trade the I'm just somebody who likes to trade stocks under $20. Okay, so if I see an alert at $60 or $40 or whatever from the AI, I disregard it. Okay, if I can pay enough attention though, and I see an alert at under $20, of which there are only there are three of them today, I guess, or four of them. The one I would have loved to have, if I had been paying attention. Understand, David, I can't pay attention. Like I'm not, if I had the AI, I was paying for the premium product, I'd be staring at this a lot more, okay, than I can do moderating a trading room, okay. So the one I would have really had a good look at was the LAC on the re-entry, LAC. The latch, the same thing. I mean, it's in my wheelhouse, but I just didn't see them. I'm hearing NOVN. And is it on the way up or is it on the way? Oh, NOVN on the way down. This was a high flyer, I think, a couple of days ago. Yeah, yesterday. NOVN. Now look at it. I mean, this gets up to 1070, right back down to 820. I don't know how. I mean, people say, "Oh, I'm swinging this one." Where do you put a stop? I mean, I just don't know how. Some of these ones that I hear people swinging, they must not have stops. They must just have. These must be faith-based trades. Boy, the HNST just what a base. I'm out of it now, guys. I'm completely out of it now. I'm actually waiting to see if we get a cross of some sort. I mean, this is real would say, well, this is terrible because it's in consolidation mode, but we get a cross or something, kind of like the what was the one yesterday that was consolidating, but it just ripped. That's really bizarre, slow hand. That is really, really bizarre. But you know what? I mean, if you want to go to our homepage and ask them, see if there's a ticket out or something something that they're aware of, you can do so. Ask the question. Here's the homepage. Start a discussion. And they'll probably ask you, okay, did you try this? You're probably going to say yes. Did you try to restart? Are you sure you highlighted and you hit the right arrow? Yes, yes. Some of these are really difficult, if it's difficult to duplicate what's happening. I really feel sorry for people who work in software like that because people's configurations. I mean, I'm not saying that's the problem. Okay, Eugene, you must be on a very old version. Actually, that's not necessarily true. Yeah, if you download, are you part of the test drive, Eugene? Okay. So you probably downloaded on Friday or earlier this week, and yeah, there was I call it a bug or whatever. If you download the latest version of Trade Ideas, the flag will be there. Okay. There's nothing to add. There's not like an option. But if you go to my homepage, click on my homepage tab. And when you do, here you go. You'll see this. So scroll to the top, download software, and scroll down until you see the latest, until you see this beta 5.5.24, okay? And then you'll see the flag. You don't have to do that right now if you don't want to do it right now. But you know, certainly once the market closes, you can do that. All right, guys. Another hour and a half or so, or maybe less. I don't think today I'm going to go past 3 o'clock, okay? HYZN. Okay, let's take a look at HYZN. And 1 minute cross down, so I'm sure we'll see it on the 2 minute. Not quite on the 2 minute. Yeah, man, is it ever smoky outside? Guys, SESN, keep an eye, guys. I don't want, I'm going to nag you, but keep an eye on it. It looks like it's trying. It's not a low float either. 169 million in the float. It doesn't work like that, Vicky. I don't get paid anything. I just do this out of the goodness of my heart. How else am I going to fill my time? No. Gary, I know you've asked that question before. There's no way to do it within Trade Ideas. Whether there's a way to do it in some other program, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know within IB. I've never seen it within IB. But then again, I've never tried. I've never looked for it. So anybody who yeah, build crypto mining farms, yes. Yeah, maybe somebody with a lot more experience with IB, maybe they've found a way, to separate the volume into short or long interest, but I certainly don't know. Whoa, guys, look at this. Look at HNST now. Look at this, trying to break out of this consolidation. Right there, look. Now, the issue really though is it breaking out on volume, and the answer right now is no. You know, if you're going to break out of here, I mean, it could keep going, but you'd like to see a bit of a volume bar, at least this big, or bigger, in order to sustain it. You know, I mean, it's not very much volume coming in. I'd like to see it on volume though. I mean, listen, it may keep going, but you know, if we saw a lot of volume coming in, certainly exceeding that volume bar right there, then we might have something. And at the VWAP, absolutely right, 1051. Well, let's see if I'm right. You know, let's see if I'm right that this is a kind of a fake breakout because it wasn't done really on any sort of volume. Also coming into that VWAP, you're absolutely right. And guys, just in case anybody thought, I am kidding. Believe it or not, they do give me a little stipend to sit here all day long and talk to you guys. Well, I think, Vicky, I think people knew I was kidding. You I do for free. It's the others, William. Okay, so far, you know, without that volume, I mean, the volume is increasing a little bit, but you know, you'd want with a stock that is beaten up so much, you'd want to see a big volume push, in my opinion. Donut. Let's take a look at Donut. Yeah, another one to get pounded down. Yeah, as Real was saying, first of all, yeah, there's the VWAP also, but the volume. I mean, you need, in my opinion, you need a volume bar at least this big, but probably bigger. You probably want something like this. It's not the absolute volume. It's just in relation to what's happened previously to get some enthusiasm. Otherwise, I mean, you know, this is a classic, as we speak, a classic fake breakout on no volume. All right, guys, I'm now back. Now, Vicky. And we have, yeah, we had a cross up here on it, 1424. Wow. In that area, anyway. All right, guys, listen, I'm going to put myself on mute for a while, okay? I have some emails I want to go over. I'm here. If you have any questions, ask for sure. I'll hop on the mic again. But I am going to put myself on mute for a bit so I don't have to do this over the weekend. All right, I wasn't on mute. That's okay. Um, you can't change columns in any of your alert windows now. Wow, that is bizarre. So what you're saying is this. Let me load. Let me load the Momo. Okay, so here are the columns. So you're saying it's in my home page, okay? Here's the link to my home page. Just go to the scan section and moving higher with abnormal options, something to that effect, okay? All right, so what you're saying is this. Who asked the question again? Slow hand. Okay, so what you're saying is this. You right click, configure, columns. So if I wanted to get rid of the count, I highlight it and right click and it's not working. That is so bizarre. And what, were you able to contact somebody? Oh, okay. That is bizarre. But you can add. And have you, so if you added something and immediately try to get rid of it, it just won't work. Wow. Well, you got me on that one, Slowhand. Well, hopefully they can try to figure something out. Let me, just for fun, ask Bill if he knows. All right, I just asked Bill, who's probably their best technical support guy, if he's ever come across it. Auto choose the smart risk levels. Where? Where are you talking? In you talking about here the smart risk levels here? I think the default is going long, if that's what you mean. When you say every time you choose a trade, I have to manually change it, where are you talking? Are you talking about on a chart? But again, you're talking about auto trading, right? Again, James, are you new to trading? I wish people would really not get too involved in auto trading. I really do. I can't prevent you from doing it, but I'm not sure I understand where you're trying to switch it. So, what strategy are you talking about in the AI? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Can it switch depending on the strategy? Okay, Slowhead, what version of Trade Ideas are you running? Just click on Help and About. Not that it should matter, okay, because I've never had that issue ever. But what version of Trade Ideas are you running? You're probably on 5.5.15 maybe. Not that it should matter, but ooh, okay. That's you know what else is having a nice bounce is the Tattooed Chef. It's a little late now. I have a thumbnail, so TTCF. So Jason, again, I'm not sure I understand what you mean when you say based on the strategy. Okay, slow hand. Here's was this a non-docked alert window or like a free floating one or within the dock? If you know what I mean. I mean, it shouldn't matter, but free floating, okay. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. Oh, I see. Okay, no, that's not going to happen. Okay, because it doesn't know how you want to trade it. Okay, so the default is always going to be the smart risk level is always going to be long. The fact that it comes from a so-called short strategy, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going short in it. Well, I shouldn't say it like that. The fact you're getting an alert here on something that in theory you might want to short, the system doesn't know that. Okay? It's not tied into, it's not like the chart is not tied into this, if that makes sense. The only one that would work on, I think, no, it doesn't even work on the AI. I was thinking maybe the AI had some kind of a tie-in, but no. What that's mainly used for, okay, is to assign the smart list, because obviously if I wanted to short this, okay, if I want to short this, this is more of a manual thing. So if I want to short this, so now what it's going to do, there's my stop on top, okay? Okay, so it knows that, but it can't possibly know, how are you really going to trade this? Just because it's coming from a so-called, scan that is showing you stocks that are down, you may want to you may want to play it on the bounce. Now I understand. All right, he's saying you're okay. Let's do this again. Let's do this again, slow hand. I'm gonna bring up Momo again. Okay, because you add them from the right window to the left. Okay, so configure columns. So here are the columns. Here's what I've got. I want to get rid of one. So I want to get rid of type. Highlight it, right arrow it over. And it moves over. And again, you're saying that's exactly what you're doing. If I want a column from this, if I want a column here from the right hand side to move over here, I have to select it and then I left arrow it over. Now it's here. I want to remove it, highlight it, right arrow it over. So you add from the right and delete from the left. You may have described it wrong because he is saying that your description is exactly backwards. So it's possible that, okay. That's okay. That's okay. Okay. As long as we got it, I'm glad. The bottom line, Slohan, is that we solved it. Okay. I thought I have to blame myself too because I thought I was showing you fairly explicitly with the columns, but I guess I'll take some blame too. What causes price action on a SOFI 1 minute chart? Well, I don't know. Let's take a look on a 2 minute chart. You mean right there? Well, selling. I mean, it's an earnings play. You know, it was basing quite a while, and maybe people said, you know what, it's time to short it again. I mean, I don't know. Any chance one could highlight the China stock in the scanner alert window? Oh, I see. I don't know. I don't know, Chris. Somebody tried to short and then said, you know what, I'm going to buy it. I mean, I don't know. I just don't know. Okay, I think I know what you mean. What you want is and this is something that they are working on. I think what you mean is something like configure, column, and then something that says country. Obviously, it's not here right now. I think, is that what you mean? And then you could have it as a column and you would see the flag. Yeah. No, can't do it. Not yet, anyway. And when I say not yet, I mean, I know it's been talked about, but a lot of these things got talked about for a long time. So please don't ask me, well, when do you think that would happen? Because I really have no idea. I don't get involved in the development at all. There's so many things going on. You see how many new builds we've had this week, as an example. So, I mean, it's one reason why I have my single stock window up, of course, all the time. The other thing that could cause a bit of a problem is the length of some of the names. I mean, yes, we could probably do something with just a flag, but then you wouldn't. Not everybody knows every flag. I mean, probably most people know the stars and stripes. I hope they know the maple leaf forever, but maybe they know the UK. But there's some other flags that you just wouldn't even know what country they're from. So we'd have to have the country name. Now, it's not a big deal, but it takes up space, just like the company name. Notice I don't put any company names here anymore. It just takes up too much space as a column. But what do we do? United States of America. Okay? At any rate, it's a moot point. We can't do it, and it may happen in the future. I just, no promises, but yeah, but I mean that's why I have the single stock window up. I mean, so when I click on an alert, first of all, when I click on an alert, I want to see all this information, at a glance. Anyway, not just the flag, but I want to see this information at a glance. I want to see the flow. I don't want to have all those columns up here. These are all filters, okay? I don't want to have them all up here. I want to have maybe what I would consider my important ones, but that's why I have the single stock window. So at a glance, I can get a feel for it. My exact current layout, are you using the doc version of Trade Ideas? Are you in 5.5 something? You're on the latest? Okay, so So I can give you these are two dock windows, okay? So I can give them to you with the caveat being this. You will not see this. You will see this window here, Brokerage Plus, but it'll be completely blank because it doesn't copy. All you have to do then is just exit out, like exit, click on the X, okay? So I can give you these two windows. File, load from cloud. So this is my monitor upper. Share, okay. So here's the upper one because I've broken it into two. And then here's my lower one. And how I name my docks is I just put dock in front so that they all show up here. Okay? So when you load the upper, you see what I mean. Ugh. This is not necessarily good, guys, for the SESN. SESN. Halted for news, because remember, this is what people are waiting for if they're keen about this company. But that's supposed to be on the 18th. Don't tell me they've got a decision now. Well, we'll see. This is a news halt, not a volatility halt. Unless they're going to announce a financing or something. Well, fingers crossed for anybody who's in this. Where are you reading that? Oh, I see. Okay, you're. That's a hopeful headline. Okay, that's a hopeful headline, Rubber Toe. You guys shorting? I'm done, guys. I'm not going to take any more trades. I am done for the week. I'll hang around, of course, but I'm done. Unless somebody gives me a trade that has 100% chance of working. Yeah, Vicky's got me. Okay. Give me a moment here. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. HYZN for a possible break, okay? HYZN. I think that wasn't that crossing down at one point? Oh, possible break up. Right at the top, there's the 5-minute Bollinger Band. I know William would say, don't do it. And I'm not in a trade to make, 5 cents or 7 cents. I'm not saying it won't pop up, but thank you. I think I'm done. I was just kidding about the 100%. I am done, guys. The last thing I want to do is make an inputting error, okay? Hang around maybe to see if and when SESN. Meanwhile, PMCB, just to keep things rolling here, PMCB, another new high. A little choppy on the 5, but I mean straight up. Good trend line up for PMCB. You too, Commodore. Commodore DFW. So does that mean you were a pilot at Dallas Fort Worth? Is that what that means? Okay. Okay. I knew it had to be something to do with Dallas Fort DFW, obviously Dallas Fort Worth. One thing we can say is that the meme stocks are just dead, which I hope. Well, I found today really good at the beginning. There's no question. I mean, the short of HNST was awesome, and then turning around, getting that skin on the way up. I just don't know what next week's going to bring with very few earnings plays, but we always seem to be able to find stuff to look at. So I'm not worried about that, but we're just not going to have as many looks. That's all. Yes, SESN is halted. Yes, for news. Let's hope it's crypto, not virus. Wow, sorry guys, that's terrible. Very unprofessional. PMCB, yeah, wow, look at this. I mean, now this is really breaking out. And wow, look at this too. Looking left. No, this is not. I was going to say, I wonder if it's going to show up on the option scanner, but it doesn't trade options, so it's not going to show up there. What's the news? But now this is a closing of a $15 million. Now that was on the 12th, and that was after hours. Yeah, that was 3 o'clock. So they closed the $15 million financing. That's probably what caused it to go down, but now it's starting to recover. Be interesting next week. I mean, again, look left. The next high is around $10. Wow, $10. This will be definitely interesting next week. Look at the volume. Look at that volume today. And it's one of the ones with very, very low shares in the float, 1.5 million. It's traded at about 6 3/4. It's funny though, Dak. I've found that there's some great trades in the afternoon. You know, not necessarily today, and I'm not saying there weren't any, but we've been finding some just great trades from about 1 to say 2:33. All right, Eugene, I'm going to show you how, and it's a bit tricky, and I can't go the whole way because it will destroy my single stock window. Okay, it'll rearrange it. So, are you? Can you hear? Well, I'm sure you can. You hear me? You said you had me on mute before. So, can you hear me? And can you see what I'm going to do? Okay. All right. This is what you do. How many dock windows are you? Well, you probably have 2 of them, right? Now, I'm not sure where it's going to go, but if you only have 2 of them, it should be relatively easy to find. So here's what you do. Because right now, you see, ultimately what has to happen is when you right click, we want to be able to say dock into, just like everything else. Can't do that. So click on Tools, Options, Layouts. Okay. And you see where it says Open in Dock Window. So listen really carefully here. So I can't do this even if I didn't do anything and I just saved. But if you check Open in Dock Window, okay, and then save. I'm going to cancel out though. Then click on your new and then your B plus window, Brokerage Plus window, okay? And that should go into one of those docks. I don't know which one, that's all. And then you just have to find it. If you don't like it in the... So let me know if that worked. You couldn't find a tab somewhere in one of those dock windows. Maybe you can't see it. You know, some of these down arrows, if it looked like, let's see. All right, for instance, sometimes I don't have one. Oh, you see here, there's a down arrow. It must be really hard to see. But it's showing me that there's some other tabs underneath here, like here, okay? Not sure then how to help you because that is supposed to work. That's how I did it. And I'm sure I've helped other people that say that is... But do me a favor though, because here's the problem, okay? If you leave this checked, And you did save it, right? If you do leave it checked, then what's going to happen is every time you open an alert window, like say file load from cloud, say you took something from me, uh, it's going to load somewhere in a dock, and that's not what I want ever. Okay, I want to choose, to have something load into. I don't want it to automatically load into a dock. So that's why I will always have this unchecked. The only reason I had to do it was because, or to check it, it's the only way I was told anyway, and that's what I did to get the Brokerage Plus window in. So yeah, I removed that check because because I can't even cancel. Okay, I know I'm talking to myself. I'm getting a little punch drunk here. um, yeah, because I don't want, for instance, if I load something from the cloud, if I had left that checked load, it would load into some docked window somewhere. Okay, automatically, and I don't want that. Dola, hello. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You should open a new one. Yes, I'm sorry. I should have told you that. Close it down and then open it because you can't have two Brokerage Plus windows. Let me know if that works then. No, no, it won't because your Sims will not be removed unless you actually flatten them. Okay. Did a scanner pick up sear? Let's see. Okay, so Dola, one of my scanners would have picked up sear. The reason it didn't because it's an earnings play, and it's up definitely a good percent the relative volume. My scanners, so most of my scanners have a $25 price start or price limit upper range. Okay, so what am I? But if I had in my basic new highs and lows, if I expanded that range to 30 odd dollars, it would have picked it up for sure. Okay, but I have a price, so it did work. Excellent. Okay. See, I have a price range here up to I think $20 as an example, but of course it would have picked it up here because of course it's up 10%. It's making a new high. It's an earnings play, etc. So yeah, I would have seen that. I just don't trade anything over. I think the highest price I trade is 25. I think that's the highest in one of my scanners. So Eugene, let me know where did it show up? Which dock did it show up in? Sounds like it showed up in the one you wanted it to, but it showed up in the right dock. It's interesting. I mean, I don't know how it knew to go into this dock as opposed to the lower one because you weren't able to choose where it went, right? Or were you? So I've only done this once. I did it a while back. Well, I know it, but I'm not talking. Yeah, but it went into the right dock. It's okay if it over. It's okay if it overlays something. Yeah, because then you just move it. Or maybe it didn't. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. It just showed up as a free floating window, and then you just put it into the dock you wanted it. Well, however it happened, great. I'm glad you got it. Okay. What do you mean by overlays? Do you mean something like this? You know, I've got a gap down here. I've got weaker than market here. Is that what you mean? Overlay? Like if this happened to have been my watch list up, so you would have seen the brokerage plus window beside it. Is that what you mean by overlay? Or do you mean literally on top of? You know what? It doesn't. I guess it doesn't really matter. Hopefully, we're not going to have to do all that. You'll be able to just right click, load into the doc you want. Okay. And again, don't forget to uncheck. Yeah, I don't know if they're the same videos. I do have a video on how docking works. You know what? Maybe that's what I'll end up doing right now. For those of you who are interested. But yeah, I don't know if they're the same videos, but probably very close. Creating a dock. All right, guys. So just I'm going to wrap this up today. Just talk a little bit about the docking feature that we introduced this week. You must be on the latest beta. You can go to the website. If you click on my home page and click on my tab, and this is what you'll see. Okay, so if you go to download software and then scroll down until the latest beta, okay? You don't have to do that right now, but if you want to take advantage of the docking, and this is the main reason. Give me a moment. All right, so this is the main reason for downloading the latest beta with the ability to use our docking feature. The main reason is this: when you click on New and then Dock Channel Bar. Okay, you click on Dock Channel Bar. And now you can take a look at the various channels that we have. Load one. Now here's our earnings channel, okay? But notice, if you tried to do that with previous versions of Trade Ideas, and your layout would disappear. It would be replaced by this, because these are all layouts, and you could only have one layout loaded at a time. So now, with using the dock channel bar, that goes away. So here's my layout still here, and now I can kind of surf through the various channels during the day. There's a real inhibitor for people to do this, because they didn't want their layout to disappear. So that is probably that's the number one reason, okay? Number one reason. I see. Okay, great. Well, I'm glad it worked. I'm glad it worked, Eugene. So Thomas, I will. So that's the main reason. That's probably 99% of the reason for docking, okay? So now you can surf through the channels all day long or whenever you want, and you can still have your layout in the background. Okay, number one reason to use our beta. Now, if you want to kind of make things kind of cool, then we've also got the new docked windows. So what are those? For instance, here are my thumbnail charts on my other monitor. Notice how I can move them all at once. Very nice, okay? Notice how I'm able to share very easily. These are docked windows, okay? And you saw how I was able to share them very easily. Docked window. I've got my AI docked into these two earnings plays. Okay, so how do you do that? Well, let's just show you how. What I'm doing, I'm just loading a couple of windows. I'm going to load 3 windows and show you how you can put those 3 windows into a dock. Okay. So I've got these 3 windows, scans if you will, okay? These 3. I want to put them into a dock so I can move them all around at the same time, okay? So I'm just going to move them off the screen for this first step. I don't have to, but, well, you'll see why. Now I'm going to click on New, Docked Window. Now that's why, because they'd be cover up, okay? Now I'm going to give this a name. My advice is to start all your docked windows with something like docking, docked, whatever, because you can search later on. And so if you want to see all your docked windows, you just have to search on dock and you'll see them all. So I'm going to call this, I don't know, test V. Okay, I just give it a name, any name. Okay, you can see right here, it's called test V. I know it's a little bit far, it's probably a little bit. No, my scans are not in the channel bar, okay? My scans are on my home page, and their individual scans are not on the channel bar anywhere. If you take my home page, you can load, you have access to my layout. The only problem with my layout is that it's got more than 5 charts. So I wouldn't necessarily load my layout because in the web-based version, you can only have 5 charts, so there's a limitation. But let me keep going. So, here's Momo. I want to put it in here. So, you right click. Now here are the dock windows that I've got. But notice one of them is called Dock Test V. So I'm going to duplicate it into Dock Test V. Now people seem to make the mistake or think that once they just drag the window in that somehow it's docked. No. You have to go through this step. Right click, duplicate into Dock Test V. Okay, you can see there's Momo. And there's the one I just did. And I'll do one more. Right click, duplicate into Dock Test V. So here they are. Now I could leave them as tabs if I wanted to. If they weren't highly active windows and I just wanted to glance at them, so I could have a bunch of tabs. But I don't want to do that. So I want to arrange them so I can see them at the same time. So you grab one of them. So I'll take breaking high. Now here's the deal. Now somebody said yesterday that this icon maybe wasn't that clear. Okay. Yeah, there's an icon that pops up the minute that you grab the window, and the icon has a down arrow, an up arrow, a left arrow, and a right arrow. You just pick where you want it to be. So I'm going to put it to the right. I'm clicking on that right arrow. So notice how I took breaking high and now it's beside these two. Now let's do another one. Moving lower, movers. I want it below this one. I want to put it below. So again, I grab it, move it over here, and again, this icon shows up, okay, with an up arrow, left arrow, right arrow, down arrow. I'll pick the down arrow, presto. Okay, so now if I didn't want it there, I want it underneath here, you just move it, put it underneath. If I want it on top for some reason, just move it, put it on top. It's just a matter of waiting for the icon to pop up and then just picking the right arrow. Okay? And now of course, you got to do a little bit of formatting. You don't want these column widths so big and all that. So you just start to shrink things down a bit. Okay? And, a little bit of playing around to get used to it. But that's what the docking is all about. Okay? The docking window is all about. Now, the next step, give it save it. Save it to the cloud. Right click. Save or share to cloud. Click on this. And look, you see it says doc test V? That's what you want. Okay, you want that in there. It's going to automatically appear. Save it. Okay, now this is why I named everything starting with doc. Because if I ever want to bring back one of the, because I don't need all my docked windows open up at the same time. So if I want to bring one back, File, Load from Cloud. In the search box, I'll start to type dock, D-O-C-K, and look at this, they're all here. They're all here. Now I've got some duplicates, which I'm going to get rid of. But if I wanted to, this is what I use for my pre-market scans. Okay, so I can just click on it, load it. When the market opens, I don't need this window open. Okay, so I just shut it down. So that is the docking feature. Yeah, okay, so upcoming, if you wanted upcoming, say next week, so this is how we do it. Let me just show you. So here my earnings plays up and down, okay? So I'm going to click on the configure. Well, it's a news halt, David. So there's a possibility it won't even open today. I mean, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it's a news halt. So there's no. I'll give you the link. Okay, there's the link. So this is how minus 0.25 meant that the stock released earnings after hours yesterday. Okay, 0.25 is this morning before the market opened. So you basically, if you want 1.25, that'll be before the market opens on Monday. 1.75 would be after hours on Monday, as an example. And then you just keep adding. Okay? Well, it's easy if you know. Okay? I mean, it's not easy otherwise. I mean, so what we do is we've said, okay, 0.25 is this morning before the market opens. Very, very, very rarely will a company release earnings during market hours. But if it 0.5, it would be 0.5, and then after hours it would be 0.75. And then you just keep adding 1 to get, the next week, the next days, etc. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you could say literally, I suppose, minimum 1.25 to maximum 3.25 if you're looking for 3 days of earnings, as an example. Okay? Now there is a histogram that I don't use. I've never used it, but this might be also a way to do it. Okay. It's been so long since I've used this. Okay, so you see the earnings date here. Okay. So if you right click on the icon and then it says, and then show as column. I'm sorry, show me. Show me. Click on show me. Okay. So now you can, here's a calendar. And now you can actually get a little, you can use the calendar feature, okay, to do it. So you can min max. You see how now you have to play around with it a little bit, but so if you want going forward, I'm not going to do that, but you can play around with the calendar also. And again, to get that, just right click on the icon, the earnings date icon, right click and click on show me. This actually shows you how many. Anyway, I didn't even know we had this. I did not even know we had this. So you can even click on example. So within a week, in the near future, I don't know what the near future is. Within the last week, and I've never even seen this. But you can try it, you can play around with this too. Because I'm just interested in earnings after hours, the day before, so yesterday after hours and this morning. Those typically are the earnings plays, so that's all I'm interested in. Yikes. Well, guys, I hope nobody was in SESN. Woof. You know, that is another one of my pet peeves. I mean, you could have been playing getting into SESN, all right? Let me just show you what I'm talking about. So I mean, this is yesterday after hours, okay? This is yesterday. There's the news yesterday. Companies expected FDA decision with a target date of August 18th. So I mean, I guess that means it could be any time, but maybe that's the max. But my goodness, I mean, if you were in this one thinking, okay, I'm not going to hold through it, I'll get out even 2 days before, but they've already got their decision now, August 13th. Yikes. I mean, that's up there with companies releasing financing during market hours. This is almost worse. Unless they had no control. Well, opening at 310. Let's just see. Give me a moment here. Yikes. Well, I sure hope. I sure hope. Well, there's no typical, okay? There's no typical. I mean, you can't say, well, every news halt is 30 minutes, 40 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. There's no typical, okay? But we know it, according to that headline, it's going to open at 310. But there's no typical. Volatility, yes, 5 minutes. News, depends on the news. Yeah, it's not really moving. I mean, 590, 591. It's halted at 590, but I cannot believe this is going to persist. Okay, and that show me is not just for earnings, but for quite a few. So, but let me show you again. So earnings, okay, JJ. So if I right click, configure, summary. Now here's the earnings icon. So I'm going to right click on the earnings icon, and where it says show me, click on show me. Okay, and now here are your options, and there's the calendar. So you can play around with this min and max. You know, you want it next week, up to Friday, or you know, half. This is probably before the market opens on Thursday, so that'll give you Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and before the market opens, something like that. Okay. Oh man, I really feel for anybody who's in SESN. I don't see the ask has dropped yet, but because I'm just looking at Interactive Brokers. Thank you very much, PJ. I do appreciate that. It was, yeah, I'm sure, Ija, I'm sure it's coming back. I don't know why it was removed in the beta, in the doc version. I don't know why, but I'm sure it is coming back. I think they're trying to rework it somewhat, but yeah, you're right. You know, we noticed that too. Insider is gone. Well, it depends where it opens. I mean, if it opens, you know, way down, and then it really starts to move down, it'll probably get halted again, yes. But it depends on that first print. You're more than welcome, Eugene. Well, yeah, now I admit, I don't know what this actually means. You know, I read that as August 18th, but see, you know, they're fudging it here, I guess, with a target PDUFA date of August the 18th. So that was their target. But man, oh man, I mean, So, I mean, if I'm reading that, I'm thinking, okay, you know what? I'm not going to gamble. Like to trade this. The market hasn't closed today, so if I'd been in this one from here, thinking, okay, I'm going to hold on, see if it takes out 6 later on. I mean, we're talking about that, and then to have this happen during market hours, because I guarantee I would have been out of if I'd been in this one, I would have been out of this before the market closes. Just because that's I generally do not swing bios, number one. But even if I'd had an inclination to, I would have thought, okay, I don't have to worry until maybe the 18th. And I would not gamble. Certainly would not be holding it through the 18th. Well, they're only going to get a big bounce if it depends what you mean by big. And I mean, every situation is different. So what I'll do is, I was going to shut down now, but just out of my own curiosity, I will stick around till 3:10 and to see if how it opens. Well, that's why, I mean, again, guys, and we don't have this happen very much in this room or in our YouTube room, but you've got to be careful when you see posts like, guys, this is going to get, I'm not saying necessarily with the SESM, but just in general, especially with the bios. This is going to get approved, and when it does, it's going to go higher, etc., etc. You know what? I'm sure everybody thought this was going to get approved somehow. You just never know. I think somebody was talking about PBCT, and this is not the dump on that person. Was it PBCT or PMCB? PMCB. Suggesting that there was going to have something. Was it pancreatic cancer or something like that? It may. Don't get me wrong. It may, but there ain't no guarantees. Excuse my English. Well, 3:01. All right. Well, I say I'll hang around for another 9 minutes, assuming it does open at 3:10. If it doesn't open at 3:10, guys, I've got to head out. I don't got to, but I want to. How's that? So let's just one last. Just save my homepage link. You want all my scans. You want all the education. Save my homepage link. You can sign up for the trade of the week. And that'll happen Monday morning before the market opens. You'll get an email. How is Cliff doing? Cliff was doing pretty well, I think, earlier. This was the trade of the week. How's it doing now? That's still pretty good. I think the alert was 24:14 or 12. Boy, I don't remember those days, Dak. That's a long time ago then. I think I stuck around to 4 o'clock one day this week. Yeah, no, especially not Friday afternoon, especially. So anyway, that was the trade of the week, and so it did pretty well, guys. I think the alert was at 24:14 or 24:12. So this has done very well. So again, on my home page, you click on my homepage link. So you can sign up for the trade of the week. You'll get it sent to your inbox email about usually about an hour, half an hour before the market opens Monday morning. You can sign up for my stock of the day video. All the education is here. So these 3 sections are all free. All the education, including not just about trade ideas. I mean, okay, this is the 20 lessons. Daily support though in YouTube. The webinars will start not next week, but the week after again, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock. Educational videos. These are all, well, these are more about trade ideas, granted, but you don't have to be a subscriber to watch them. You know, but this gets you started, starting trade ideas from scratch. And this is great. I mean, if you're new to trading, a lot of people are brand new to trading or just kind of dabbling or what is a stock? I mean, it starts off with what is a stock, okay? So, great little series that Michael put together. And some ebooks that we put together. So, again, a lot of information. My homepage. Save the link. You can look at all this anytime you want. Okay, now, now we get another halt in our halt scanner at 3:05 because of extraordinary events. You have to sign up for it. We have to sign up for it. The trade of the week is free, yes. But once you sign up once, I mean, you should get them every week. So you don't have to sign up for them every day or every week. I don't see it. Not in my time in sales yet anyway. I mean, I still see 590, 591. Yeah, trade of the week is free, yes. Man, oh man, guys. I mean, William, well, it's a heck of a way to end the week. Wonder why I don't see that here. All right, guys, 3 minutes. Well, you can't. You have to wait for it to open. You have to wait for it to open, and then you're going to see the bid and the ask, and it's going to be crazy. You know, you have to try to pick a price to get out if you're. I'm surprised I'm not seeing a different bid ask, but you know, you might if I were. I mean, what I'd be doing is I'd be probably, you know, expecting the absolute worst, you know, and putting in like a sell. Like you can't do anything yet until it opens, but at least have it in my order entry, some, you know, really low price. All right, guys, less than 2 minutes now. Well, Chris, do you know? Well, you know, I can't say anything. I mean, BYSI, yeah, I mean, good luck. That's all I'm going to say. Good luck. You too, Bob. Yeah, I know. A new halt came in because of extraordinary events from but I don't think that's. I think that's going to be the 5 minute halt because it came right at 3:05, and according to that other press release, it's supposed to open at 3:10. Now, could it change? I guess anything could happen, but we're going to know in 40 seconds, guys. 40 seconds. Nicole, you're welcome. Man, 20 seconds. 20 seconds. If it's going to open at 9:10, 9:10, 3:10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There it is. Oh, gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I am so sorry, guys. I mean, anybody was in this. And it just got halted on. I think it got halted on the way up, yeah. A little bit on the way up. I see the bid. That's from Interactor Brokers, Eugene. So if you have Interactor Brokers, you just open time and sales. Okay, yeah, just go to File. I guess New window, and find time and sales. I don't have multi-instrument. I don't even know what multi-instrument is. I just use, this is what it is. I guess I've got level 2. But I just look at this window for time and sales, really, not so much for the level 2. Well, I guess this is technically it's level 2, but I'm not looking at the bid ask or anything like that, like the size. I'm just interested in how fast it's trading. Deborah, what happened? Well, what happened is that unfortunately SASN, which was anticipating this news maybe on August the 18th, the FDA came up with the news saying that they have basically said, we don't approve. No, we'll never have. I don't. It will never have level 2 or time and sales. I mean, most. It's so cheap from your broker. If people want it, so I don't think we're going to have level 2. Yep. It says it got halted a little bit on the way up. There's a bit. Oh gosh, I'm following this within Trade Ideas. Some of the traders, Andy and Chicago, or Sean and Michael, Andy. Anyway, Chris, not Chris Varley, the other Chris. He had it short at 594, and he covered because it just wasn't moving. Well, let's see. I mean, it might be a little bounce, but oh, what a disaster. I have to admit, I haven't seen anything quite like this not during market hours. You see this happen overnight. We've seen bios at 40 that open at 5, stuff like that. But during market hours, rarely. I'll stick around for this next open if it opens, guys, at 3:15 plus 15 seconds, and then I'm going to go. I mean, I think my data package at IB with what I've got is like $10 a month. I don't really know. I've got the same thing I had 5 years ago. I mean, it's certainly not. To me, it's just a no-brainer. All right, let's see if it opens. Let's see, it is 3:15 now, so in 15 seconds, let's see if it opens. Well, at least it's moving up a little bit. A little bit. You too, Siri. All right, guys, it's going to be, as we speak, it's going to be longer than a 5-minute halt, so. All right, I'm out of here. Well, thanks a lot for all the help this week. I enjoyed all the questions. I hope those of you on the test drive got something out of it. And again, of course, it's not over. We have another week. So let me just get my script together. All right, everybody. Thanks a lot, and I'll open the room Monday morning at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Bye-bye.